Welcome to One Shots, a Dum Dums and Dice podcast where professional voiceover actors and improvisers tackle one-shot stories created in a variety of hit RPGs. I'm your host, DJ One Shot, and I'm here to welcome you to Police Cops, Gurney Slab. This arc features our GM Tom McGee and players Ryan LaPlante and Tyler Hewitt. What happens when the Dum Dums jump into a buddy cop action movie blast from the past? Nobody knows 'cause it's One Shots! Police Cops Edition.
The streets of New Chicago have seen some dark things. They've seen crime. They've seen corruption. But what they've seen too little of is heroes. And that's where you come in. Having no other choice, a joint committee of the district attorney, the mayor, and the police chief have decided that a special kind of cop is required to clean up the streets. No longer can they just trust that standard police will be able to do it. No longer can they trust that the cops will get the job done. It's time to break down the walls between departments and specialties and specific jobs that you've trained for your whole life. It's time to become police cops. My friends, welcome to Gurney Slab, Police Cops, the action-packed 1990s era cop movie that we find ourselves in this evening. On tonight's show, we are going to be playing a variation on a system called Action Movie World, which is itself powered by the Apocalypse, so based on Apocalypse World and Dungeon World. If you've watched or listened to Amnesty from the good folks at Adventure Zone, Monster of the Week is also based on this system. Blades in the Dark is also a derivative of this system, so our trophy game was also loosely based on a system that this was also based on. So with all those caveats out of the way, let's get into it. The year is 1990X, something I stole from a Mega Man game. Yep. And we find ourselves in New Chicago, a large metropolis somewhere in the United States. It's a little bit New York, it's a little bit Chicago, and it's a little bit Boston, but the name didn't fit as well. The city is under siege. Things have been getting wildly out of hand. Think every time anyone talks about Gotham, anytime, forever, in any Batman thing. So, as I mentioned, a joint task force has been put together. It's time to clean up the streets once and for all, and so the police cops have been formed, an elite unit of the city's best and hardest cops who can do everything and anything, just like the cops on TV and movies do. Today we are doing an adventure with just two heroes, Gurney Slab, played by Tyler Hewitt and Ryan LaPlante. I'm Tom McGee. I will be the director of this adventure. And without further ado, let's get into the very first adventure with Gurney Slab. In terms of rules and rule set for this game, all the Powered by the Apocalypse systems work on a beautifully simple system where you roll 2 dice and then you add the appropriate skill. So you have a number of attributes there on your sheets. You can see they're everything from, let me just grab a sheet here. He froze up trying to find the page.
Looks like it's just 5.
Right, so yes,
stats,
you have muscles, which is how strong and good you are in a close-up fight. It's your beefiness and your physique. You have agility, which is your manual dexterity and how good a shot you are. You have magnetism, which is your sexiness and raw charisma. You've got drama, which is your gravity and emotional conveyance. Maybe you're serious, maybe you're just really believable when you're talking about things that matter. And you have your swagger, which is your sense of humor and your stone-cold nerves. And basically, to do anything you want to in this game, you do what's called a move. So I've sent this to you, but I also have it in front of me here, a list of basic moves. But basically, as with all games we play, if you don't know what it is, because it's the first time we've played and you've only seen these rules like an hour ago, just say what you'd like to do and I'll tell you which of these things you're doing. The basic moves are violence, getting what you want, emoting, a love scene, a killer one-line, stunts, read a situation, vengeance, which you can only do if someone dies, read a person, and a camaraderie move, which are rare. So you don't worry about those yet. But basically, yes, if you roll above a 10, congratulations, you succeeded greatly, and I'll tell you what you get for it. If you roll between a 7 and a 9, you succeeded, but with a cost or some kind of consequence or complication. If you roll under a 6 or under, unfortunately, you've missed, and that allows me as the director to take a move. I never get to roll dice in this game, just like Trophy. It's all on you guys. So if you don't fight no one, I can't hurt you none. But the minute you try and fight someone... so generally speaking, we'll only be picking up the dice when you're doing something that we think matters in some big way. So if you're drinking a coffee, who gives a shit? If you're drinking a coffee trying to avoid the poison you just saw poured into that coffee...
drinking around the poison.
Yeah. Exactly. Gonna have to roll some dice. So, Ryan and Tyler, I've prescribed a few things for you. You've given me some backstory. This is a collaborative storytelling medium, so feel free to jump in with details as we go. As usual, I will be asking you things as we go along. Both of you have your characters, you've picked your attributes, and you've picked your basic gear. Is that correct?
Correct.
Fantastic. All right. So after a long opening crawl where everyone who's worked on the film in a major capacity's name has been shown.
Ooh, 70s style.
Weird slow jazz plays, and we pan across like the city in darkness, and there's like a flame that we slowly zoom in on. Eventually, we see the title card for Gurney Slab, Police Cops, and then we smash cut to John Gurney. You are driving your like long-suffering detective cruiser. What kind of car do you think you have? Is it like beat up? Is it new? What's your vehicle?
It's my personal vehicle, or is it?
It's in the way that all detectives seem to have their own cars in movies.
Okay.
It's your car, but it's also your detective car.
It's a minivan. And it can the driver's seat can barely contain me. I am a massive, not muscular, but just a massive man. Think like Big Show kind of a thing, or like Andre the Giant. Like, all of my clothes are custom made. I wear suspenders because fuck getting a belt. Like, it's just not in the cards for old John Gurney. And I'm like kind of hunched over the wheel.
This is the largest car I could afford.
Yes.
Wicked. So you're driving your minivan today because unfortunately the car you used for stakeouts and for your normal adventures retired with your partner. And you dearly miss Keith Winslow, who was your mentor to some extent. He was a couple years older, but you joined the force around the same time, and you guys have been, you were partners for close to 30 years. But he started a couple years before you, so he got out just before you did, and you've been receiving letters from him. Occasionally you have like long chats into the night on your wireless phone that you carry around your house. But he's enjoying retirement in Flyami, the southern paradise that snowbirds go to, and that he has retired to. So you miss him, but you've just got a little bit more time you got to put in to get that full pension. And
almost there, baby.
And honestly, you like being a cop. It's something you've done for a really long time, and it's something you take great pride in. But part of that pride is in knowing that one day you'll be able to kind of like hang up your shield and relax. Today is not that day, though. Today you've been called in because of your seniority and your familiarity with the city of New Chicago and the streets of New Chicago that you've grown up on, and all your connections. I feel like Gurney's a pretty worldly guy in terms of the city, so I guess that's like a municipal guy, but rather than worldly. But very much like all the cops in Boston movies, where it's like people, their names,
your
the
city.
hands.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
So there's a new initiative that's being spun up called the Police Cops, and it's a rare honor, but you were asked for by name by Commissioner Luna. who was good friends with Keith, and apparently Keith had kind of put in a good word for you. So Commissioner Luna has asked for you specifically, even though he knows you're on your way out. He would really like your help on this new initiative. The police cops are a police division unlike any the world has ever seen. Rather than specializing in a drug unit and a SWAT team and a forensics unit, the police cops will be able to do all of the above and act with wide-reaching authority to try and clean up the streets of New Chicago. It's a dangerous gig, and your husband, Kevin, was it?
Yeah.
Is none too happy about you taking it, but he also understands how much you care about New Chicago and how you would have a hard time truly sinking into retirement if you didn't help establish the police cops and their mission.
He's a lawyer, and so we actually bonded over our passion for justice.
So, do you think he's nervous about it, or does he? Sorry, I guess does he understand and is like, just be safe? I need you to pull this off, or is he hesitant that you're getting involved in this somewhat dangerous endeavor right before you retire?
I think it's the latter. I think he's a little concerned.
Who would play Kevin in a movie?
Who would play Kevin in a movie? If I am Big Show or Andre the Giant, Cary Elwes would be my Kevin.
Oh, yeah. All right. So super affluent lawyer, super charming. Great. Love it.
Yeah.
All right. So because you don't have a partner anymore, like that was kind of like Keith retiring was kind of like the last straw. And you just kind of figured you'd wrap things up. You solved your last case together. It was all great. So you're arriving in a consultant capacity, you're pretty sure. You're just going to help them iron things out, set up the connections they need, and be on your way. And that is the impression you get as you pull your minivan up to the spot that you've parked it in for 20 years since another sergeant retired and you kind of got the spot. But just as you're about to pull in, another vehicle comes speeding in and just kind of snipes it out from under you. And it's driven by someone you've never seen before, who's driving with reckless abandon, like he doesn't play by the rules.
What the hey?
And his name is Detective Richard Slab. Ryan, what do you look like, and what kind of vehicle are you driving?
Yeah, so Richard Slab pulls up in a black Lambo. He just squeals it in like Tokyo Drift style into the space. And when he gets out, he looks like Phil Hartman, but if he had been dressed and hairstyled exactly like Max Payne.
Oh wow! Okay.
The theme song is just going to be playing in my head for the rest of the session. Yeah, so you squeal in and slam the brakes. Slab, this is an interesting day for you as well. It's you've never been one to play by the rules. You've never really been a team player, at least not since back in the early days when you were enlisted. I believe, Ryan, were you were in the Special Forces? Is that correct?
Yeah, he was a Navy SEAL.
Great. So you were a team player then, but war changes a man, and now you play by your own rules. It's a dark day in New Chicago for you. You're still in mourning for your partner, Nick Gallows, who suffered a premature death due to an incurable condition called a hail of bullets when a drug bust went bad. And you haven't been handling it particularly well. That said, when there's a dirty job that needs doing, people call Richard Slab. And as a result, you got the call, kind of surprisingly actually, to report down here to downtown precinct to check in and join a new initiative. You received more information about it via fax, but you haven't bothered to read it because that's not your style. You figure if it's important, they'll tell you. And as a result, you're coming from Uptown, which is a whole other world, a darker world. Now you're amongst the tall buildings of the tall generic downtown-y buildings of downtown New Chicago. So you pull into this stop. What's going through your head right now? We know that currently Gurney is he's looking to just kind of settle things and make sure all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed leading up to his retirement. What's going through Slab's head?
I mean, Richard Slab's just here to get vengeance and die. Just solve the case and end it all. He gets out of his Lambo. He's smoking 2 cigarettes, like he has one between both fingers because he wants to die twice as fast. And then he flicks them both away, and he looks over and he sees John Gurney, a large man in a minivan, and he goes, "Nice ride, Grandpa." And then he jumps and stomps on both cigarettes at the same time because he has one under each foot. And then he just goes in.
Gurney, how do you respond to that? Even though he's walking away.
I'll roll down my window and kind of stick my head out. I have one of those haircuts that make your head look square, like that perfect kind of crew cut.
Oh, Hitchcock in Brooklyn Nine-Nine, where just squares out his head.
Yeah. It's kind of and I've got
or early Guile from Street Fighter.
Yeah,
J. Jonah Jameson from the Sam Raimi Spider-Man universe.
Yeah, this is all in that kind of proper realm. I also have that immaculate Tom Selleck mustache.
Oh, damn. Yeah, you do.
I just shake my fist out there and I say, you know what? Forget you. And I give it and I just signal and reverse and find it.
To roll your window back up with a knob.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tyler, how are you dressed?
Again, it's custom made Mr. Big and Tall clothing of just a white dress shirt with I think blue pinstripes going down.
Sure. Yep.
Big suspenders, and brown slacks and some.
So if we imagine Gandolfini, if Gandolfini had a suit made for him, this is the suit.
Yeah, he's a little more fit than Gandolfini, but that's pretty spot on. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, and sorry, Slab, you were saying something. You wandered away.
So forgive myself. Then he looks down and he's like, "I wish I could." And then he just walks in.
Slab, you walk up to the doors, and unlike Uptown, where in Uptown, everyone needs to use their muscles to open a door because nothing's easy for the weak in Uptown. But downtown, the doors slide open easily, the way money slides easily into the pocket of the corrupt politicians who work down here. And you make your way into an overly bright precinct. All the lights are very bright in this precinct. It is, if anyone's seen Broadchurch, it's kind of that kind of precinct where it's just unreasonably bright.
Okay.
But still with there's nice big bay windows, but it still has all the classic hang-ups of a police precinct. So you've got the weird pseudo cubicles everywhere. You walk in and you see a bunch of beat cops kind of dealing with in downtown where everything's kind of nicer. You can see them kind of hassling a couple of prostitutes who are immaculately dressed. And are debating Nietzsche, and you just shake your head as you walk past because it's a whole other world from Uptown. We're walking around, you couldn't tell who's criminal or cop because the lines are too blurred.
In Uptown, everyone's a whore.
You make your way up to a sort of central processing desk. Where you are greeted by a sort of a rail thin, I think the dean from Community, a Jim Rash type, who is sitting at his desk and he's trying to do a puzzle that you've never seen before. It's something with numbers and circles, and you see him just go, lining up these numbers. This Sudoku thing will never catch on. And he throws it in the garbage and he says, "Hello, sorry, Are you lost? You seem like an Uptown guy."
Dick Slab. I'm here for the police cops.
Oh, police cops. And you see everyone in the precinct kind of turn and look at you. He kind of looks you up and down and he says, "They told me the unit would be made up of interesting characters, but I didn't expect someone so rough around the edges."
And I light up a cigarette. And I'm like, "I'm pretty sure this is legal here this year."
It's 1990X. It sure is. but not in all places, in all malls.
Well, this doesn't look like a mall to me, I say to the guy. And
He picks up the phone off his desk and he's like, Captain, he passed the test. He knows it's not a mall. And he slams down the phone. Ryan, you're technically throwing out some good badass one-liners here. One of the moves that's kicking around in action movie world, is a thing called killer one-liner. So I don't think you need to use it here, but if this was a video game tutorial, of which I've played many recently, he would inform you, and so I shall, that there are two possible skills you could use here, or moves you could take, if you wanted to try and gain something more from Constable Rash, who is at the desk. I'm not going to come up with a name, he's just Jim Rash. And honestly, he's a great writer. So there are two possible things you could use here. One is getting what you want, which would be rolling plus magnetism. Or there's killer one-liner, which is plus swagger. So both of these can give you things moving forward with Detective Rash, or possibly moving forward into other scenes. However, you definitely don't need to use these. I just want to make you aware that you could.
And you know what? Because I can, I will. And I lean down on the counter with the cigarette in my hand, and I look at Detective Rash, and I say, no matter how this ends, don't fall in love with me. And I just want to use that as a one-liner. So let's see what happens.
So roll plus swagger, please. So that's 2d6, and then add your swagger.
That is an 11.
Damn, son! Constable Rash looks at you, and he picks up the phone, and he says, hey, Captain. He's gonna be a chief, I think. Fuck Captain. I was looking at actual ranks. What are we doing? Chief. I failed the first test. I fell in love with him. And then he hangs up the phone, and Slab, you can take +1 forward on your next roll.
Great,
so
I will do so.
This game is big on holds and taking things forward. What that essentially means is that if you do particularly well in certain checks, you get something you can apply to your next roll. Since rolls are kind of rare and important in this game, it's more important to get those bonuses than, say, in D&D, where it's like, you get a +1 on your next roll. Like, who the fuck cares? But think of holds and taking things forward almost as advantage. So by impressing him, you're feeling good about yourself, and you feel like you might be able to take these downtown rubes. So as Constable Rash does a full-on, like, looking at Jeff Winger, hand against his chest, Slab, you see a man waving to you from like a classic little Chiefs booth. Like, you know, they always have the office with like the weird slatted like I have blinds and that sort of thing. It's like someone's waving to you from that, chomping on a cigar, and you go to see him.
Great. I will say I reverse the cigarette that's in my mouth in my hand, and I just put it in Detective Rash's mouth and go into the office.
He says around the cigarette, like, huh, this really isn't better without the sex first. And then he snuffs it. Gurney, you walk in to see Constable Rash, who you know has been trying to quit smoking, based on all the new health research of 1990X. Snuffing a cigarette in his ashtray. You know, it's been a big challenge for him, but he's trying as hard as he can. You walk up and smell cigarette smoke in the air. For you, this is just another day in downtown precinct. However, it's a little different because normally you're up on the second floor, and you know the first floor, and you know the folks down here, but normally you don't spend too much time down here. After all, you're a by the book kind of guy. You're not often called into the chief's office. He's never demanded your gun or your badge.
Never.
And there's something you found that the precinct always feels a little bit empty since Detective Winslow retired. It's just not quite the same. But yes, you walk up to see Constable Rash ashing a cigarette.
Constable Rash, I thought you were trying to quit.
I was, John, and I was doing so well, but what my heart can't quit is loving as freely and openly as it does. There is a very, very handsome problem who just came in, and I gotta tell you, I know I shouldn't, but damn it, he's like my heart cigarette. Bad for me, but damn, he goes down good.
That sounds awful.
He kind of looks a little bit sad, and he's like, "Yeah, I mean, I'm still trying to find my Kevin, and I keep looking for love in all the wrong ashtrays."
What you got to do is you got to find it outside of work. All right, I'm telling you, that's the key.
Outside of work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'll give that a try. Thanks, John. The chief's waiting for you. Do you need anything? Can I get you a coffee, a tea? I forget what your favorite cop beverage is.
Oh no, it's fine. I'll get it myself. You know I like it. Coffee. Take it black. So I'll get it myself. It's nice and easy.
Okay. Well, thanks. I hope one day phones are good enough that we can just write down notes for ourselves in them. And he like holds up a flip phone. And he's like, but not with this T9 keyboard. Am I right?
Oh, Rash, you nut. And I'll just go. I'll go and get myself a quick cup of coffee and.
Who is your favorite person at this police station? They can be a cop. They can be like a custodian. They could be a secretary. They can be pretty much anyone. But like, who's your favorite Winslow?
Is there a name specific to the police officer that has to like sit at that front desk and like talk to everyone who like comes in and stuff like that? And
that is Constable Rash.
That is Constable Rash.
Yeah.
Then yeah, it'll be Constable Rash because I see him every morning and stuff like that.
Yeah. There are other people, but like all good sitcoms, he's the only one you ever see.
Yeah.
Because there's only so many background characters we can afford. You kind of watch Rash sit down and pull out his like little notebook and write a note, and you know that he really did mean what he says. He takes notes constantly, and that's one of the things you like about him. He's very observant, and you know that he wrote your coffee order down the day he met you, but he actively tries to pretend he doesn't have as extensive notes about everyone as he does because he wants everyone to he doesn't want to seem like a weirdo, but he also wants to make sure everyone's supported wherever they need to be. So you get your coffee, and you move through the precinct, and I think there's just a bit of an air of almost mourning to this because like any job that you've ever left that you've enjoyed, like it's that classic theater thing where you're coming up on like the last shows where you're like, oh shit, like this is ending. And you still got some time, but it's coming up on it. You make your way into the chief's office just in time to hear him emote something. Ryan, you got there first. You walked in to find. I gotta find his name. Sorry, I've got notes everywhere because we're playing a new system and I've got character names and all sorts of crazy shit. So you walked into an office, and you hate offices because they remind you of being dressed down when you were a SEAL for, getting the job done. It was a thing that needed doing, and you were damn good at doing it. You walk in to find Chief Frank Belushi chomping a cigar. What do you think your approach to this situation would be? He's going to be heading up this police cops unit that you've been assigned to, but you don't like authority figures, but you also he's like just a full on like Danny DeVito type, so just like short, round, chomping a cigar. His sleeves are like rolled up to an unreasonable length. And he just like waves you in with a meaty fist. How do you think you'd approach this?
I think Richard Slab would walk in and be like, "What's the news on the Gallows case? Are you ready to let me off the chain?"
And Belushi goes, "Damn it, Slab! I told you once. I've told you only once because we just met. The Gallows case is off your docket. You're too close to it, damn it. Now look, I know he was your partner, and I know that's tough, but you gotta let it go. You're not here for Gallows. You're here for police cops. You hear me? Police cops!" And that's what you hear when you walk in, Gurney. You see Frank Belushi, who I don't think you've had much contact with because you weren't in his division, but you know he's a hard ass. He wants everything done by the book, and you know that he is good friends with Mayor Castle, as well as District Attorney Ellen Morrison. He's got good relationships with both of them. A little antagonistic at times, but like gets along. However, you also know that Police Commissioner Luna does not care for him. Enrico thinks that he's a little too abrasive, whereas Commissioner Luna's a little better playing the game, if that makes any sense.
It's Enrico Luna?
Yes. I think if we were talking the Nolan Batman movies,
Yeah.
you can think of Chief Belushi as like a weird mix of Bullock and Gordon, whereas Commissioner Luna is like Commissioner Loeb, I think.
Okay.
They were going with just comic book writer names. So the commissioner is much more of like a put me on camera, I'll deal with this. Whereas Belushi, you respect him because he's got a bit more of a beat cop vibe, but you also know that he's made some powerful enemies. So you see him yelling at the man who stole your parking space as you enter the room. What do you do?
Stand at attention.
And he looks up. He's like, finally, someone who understands the rules. Come in, Gurney. Stop standing there saluting like a goddamn flagpole.
Yes, sir. And I'll pull up a chair beside. Are you sitting down already there, Slab?
I think Slab will lean against the wall, refusing to sit down. He doesn't bow to the rules.
I'll sit across the desk from
Sure.
the chief.
So he takes a big puff of his cigar, and then he reaches into a drawer and he pulls out just a massive sloppy file folder with just like shit sticking out of all the sides, and he slams it down on the desk and he's like, "Listen, this file folder is what I call my book of shame. These are all the unsolved cases here in New Chicago that we have failed to solve as the NCPD. This is a disgrace. And the problem was we're spending too much time thinking about it as police and too much time thinking about it as cops. So the time has come to think about it as police cops. You feel me?" And he takes a big puff of his cigar.
Yes, Chief Belushi.
Whatever.
I'll
So
like
listen.
glare at you.
You two are about as different as cops could be. An unlikely duo. A strange partnership to put together, to be sure. But these are strange times. And I need the best police, and I need the best cops. And unfortunately for me, and for my hemorrhoids, that's the two of you. So, congratulations. Gurney, meet your new partner. Slab, meet your new partner. Gurney. The two of you are going to be working a very important case.
Chief,
Yeah.
you can't do this. This guy looks like he's got a family.
Yup, he does. They're very nice.
With respect, Chief, there must be someone else on this new unit besides
There is. But we went through all the names and all the skill sets. And you two were the ones who were matched up. Look, I know it's strange. I know it's odd. But damn it, you're the best chance we got.
Is this an order, Chief?
You're goddamn right it's an order. It comes all the way from the top.
Well, then, if it's an order, and I'll stand up and do a quick salute, and then I'll look to Slab you ready to get started, partner?
You tell me what you want on your grave. I'll write it down before we kick off.
Devoted husband, loving father of 3, something like that, I guess.
Oh, just bullshit. Fine. He's good to go.
You'll have to excuse Mr. Slab over here. He's had a rough go of things. He's from one of the uptown precincts. The rough one. And based on uptown, that's fucking saying something. But he's got
These
something
days-
you don't, Gurney.
What's that?
A
He's
purple
got
heart.
A great big bushy beard?
I mean, no, but he does have a Purple Heart. That part's true. I've seen his file. Ryan, if I'm correct, you're like Max Payne 1, not Max Payne 3. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
Great. So
like
no bushy
suit,
beard.
No,
just like
spiky
Hawaiian
black hair.
shirt, long like 3-length like.
I think it's like his like suit version with like the needless leather jacket that like does not make sense on top. So it's just super like gritty, but it's Phil Hartman.
Listen,
I love that visual.
Gurney, you're one of the best we got. You know these streets better than Ezekiel Cargo, the founder of Old Cargo. And I respect the shit out of you. But Slab's seen some things. He and his partner used to be undercover. They know more about the drugs that move through the veins of this city than the people who inject the drugs into the veins of this city. So he's gonna need your help. Because he's got the inside knowledge, but he's a bit of a loose cannon. And as you know, Mayor Castle, it's an election year. He's breathing down my ass. So we can't have any needless destruction. I know, me either. That's why I need you to keep him under control. And Slab, you come from a hard place full of tragedy. I get that. But what you don't know is downtown, these streets, the system, and how to work within it. My hope is the two of you will work together and use your various skills to offset the other one. Normally I'd try and throw a healer in your party as well, like a cleric, but they're all busy. Anyway...
Clerical work, right?
Oh, that's a good one!
For the city, yeah.
That's what I like about you, Gurney. You understand the municipal puns. Anyway... I'm gonna need you to report down to processing so we can get you your new gear. And honestly, there's a case waiting for you, but they'll brief you downstairs. I'm too busy. I got other people crawling down my ass.
I don't know why that bothers me so much.
Bothers me too. Anyway, Gurney, you gotta keep him in line. And Slab, you gotta teach Gurney about the dark underside of the city. He thinks it's all roses and monorails, but you know better.
He's gonna learn a lesson, or he's gonna take a dirt nap.
I mean, don't... just to be clear, you're not gonna kill Gurney, right? This is more a tragic history of everyone you know and love dying thing, right?
I'm offended that you'd think it was me. You know that my parents died, murder. My brother died, murder. My sister died, eaten by a bear, but arguably that bear was a criminal. Everyone just dies by me. No matter how much I do.
I understand, I've read your file. But you know, trigger warnings won't be invented for another 15 years. So I just say things that'll hurt you. Anyway.
We're also homicide officers, so I think this kind of conversation would normally be expected.
You're goddamn right! Anyway, that's it for me. Go get your mission downstairs. And don't fuck it up.
You got
That's a shay away.
And I sashay out the door. Hey, listen, Slab, was it?
Yep.
All right, Officer Slab, you heard the chief. It's my job to make sure that you don't get out of line. Now, are we going to have problems on this case, you and me?
Well, that depends. Do you want to solve it, or do you want to do a nice little dance where we follow the rules?
Hey, I'm about the work, but following the rules is part of that work.
I like you. You're not going to last long. And then I just start walking off to where we're going to go to the next thing.
Oh, man.
So-
What, are we two cops with different points of view? Jeez. And I step back after him.
Look, in my experience of all media, there is no way you will ever find common ground. This is just going to be an antagonistic
Yeah.
PvP campaign.
I
There's two
shoot
cops.
Officer Slab in the back.
And I like it. We found the middle ground.
The end. Follow us online. Join our Patreon. So you make your way sort of through the bullpen downstairs into the basement, which, Gurney, you just kind of think of as a storage space. Like, there's really nothing down here. But Slab, oddly for you, this is more what you're used to. It's unfinished concrete. There's a stale stench of slightly wet cardboard that comes with files that'll never be solved. And you find yourself in the old archive, which is where all the unsolved cases from New Chicago get dumped to just kind of fester and rot because, sometimes crime has its way with a city. And
Sometimes some crimes go slipping through the cracks.
yes, that.
Okay.
And sometimes people have to fight crime in a future time. Not yet, though, because we're still in 1990X. So you enter, and you can see that the archive, all of the boxes have been like moved around to make it look like, like in all sorts of movies, there's like the super weird, like cool elite unit space. It's that, but it's all made of soggy cardboard, and there's kind of just like moldy water dripping from the ceiling. But otherwise, you're in full-on David Fincher blue light. There's like the height of technology, a massive desktop with like a 10-inch deep screen that's like 8 inches wide set up. And you can hear like a pop song that will never go out of fashion, playing off a CD player in the corner. And you walk in, and you see just an interesting assortment of characters, literally, kind of arranged about. All of them seem to be doing that thing where they're all like looking over paperwork, Sorkin style. And you walk in to find Captain Shen, who is she's got a bit of like a Bruce Lee build, where she's like very, very slim, but you can tell that it's just like completely wound muscle. And Gurney, you've met Shen a couple times. She's a kickboxing champion. Her dad was a famous boxer, and then she took up kickboxing because he taught her how to box, and then she learned how to kickbox. So she's like in the ring, just a vicious motherfucker. Just every hit is just brutal. Like she, in modern terms, she'd be a UFC fighter. Like she's just pure scary speed and muscle. Takes no shit, and you know that she's been in charge of like a bunch of special operations. So you see her talking to SWAT Captain Brick Howitzer, who is a John Cena type, and they're kind of comparing notes and looking around. And as you guys walk in, she pushes her glasses up her nose in like sort of a classic Otacon or nerd style, but for some reason with her, it's terrifying.
Sure.
So she does that, and she observes the two of you, and she says, "All right, good. Gurney and Slab, the last two miscreants to add to our bag of woes." And she nods to you, Slab. Slab, you first met Captain Shen when you were undercover in an underground fight ring that she was also undercover in. You were on a drug sting, she was on a fighting sting. You both acknowledged each other from across the room, became friends as undercover people, and then later discovered that you were both cops. So it was nice, because you made a friend that you could actually hang out with later. You don't see each other very often, but of all the people who understand your tragic past, she too, like, has kind of like a Daredevil backstory where, like, her dad was killed in the ring, and then she had to creed her way to the top. So it's not that you're close, but you're about as close as you get to people. She nods knowingly to you. Gurney, you respect Brick Howitzer, but you've never quite been able to get along with him because he is a boot-in-the-door, spray and pray kind of fella. And while you both serve a purpose, you understand that like the gentle hand can really solve a lot of problems, whereas Howitzer's first inclination is to shoot. But you know each other. I think he was like in the same way you were 2 years under Winslow. He was 2 years under you.
Okay.
So you came up together. He's an older guy, but still just very, very large. So Captain Shen says, "Well, good. We've got everyone here now. Welcome to the police cops. We're a unit without boundaries, and all of you bring different skills. Here are our two most recent additions. We have Slab and Gurney, who are going to be looking into the avocado toast epidemic and trying to bring it to an end. As you know, the super drug, part heroin, part cocaine, part methamphetamine, part tasty high-protein vegetable. Fruit? Who knows? Crime. Has been hitting the streets and truly affecting our more affluent young people. They've been getting so hooked on this stuff, they've been dying and unable to buy houses, which is causing a tremendous hit to our real estate budget. And as you know, the mayor's up for re-election, and he'll have none of it. So they'll be covering that. And she kind of gestures you over to a table that's been set up for the two of you. Says, also, of course, we have our speed division for high-speed chases, heists, and hijinks. Vin Walker and Paul Diesel. And you look over and there's two guys who have cross necklaces, drinking Coronas, and they just kind of like gesture to you. It says, on forensics, we have the brilliant scientist, Sarah Grace, and the renegade investigator, Monica Faith. And it pans over to like two ladies in very different suits, one of whom is drinking whiskey and one of whom is drinking wine, and they're both kind of glaring at each other. Then, of course, our division who's dealing with the visiting ambassador to the friendly nations delegations. We've got Detective Samo Chan and his partner, Tucker Rockwell. And you see a martial artist and a fast-talking detective just kind of like arguing over a radio, which is playing contrary music to the CD player, which is exhausting. And finally she says, and on SWAT support, of course, we have Captain Howitzer, who will be providing the muscle should we need it. And Brick nods and just says, yup. She says, so, things looking bleak. It's our job to unbleak them. Get to work, everybody. So she gestures you over to a table where you find a bunch of files about avocado toast, which is a new narcotic that has been flooding the streets of New Chicago. Slab, you're familiar with this drug in an adjacent way. You were on a different case, dealing with kind of more traditional drugs, but you just around the time that Gallows was killed, you had to be sent on administrative leave for grief and rage issues. You heard about avocado toast hitting the streets. Gurney, this is your worst nightmare. The idea that you have 3 kids, right?
My 3 boys, my 3 adult sons.
What are they named?
Ryan, Lucas, and Ethan.
Your biggest fear is that Ryan, Lucas, and Ethan could get hooked on avocado toast and fall victim to it. You know that Kevin's been trying to deal with it in the courts, but without finding the supplier, there's no way to stop the supply.
Gotta infiltrate the dealers and find the supplier.
You gotta infiltrate the dealers, find the supplier. So for the two of you, you have a couple moments before you get the first big tip to kick off the case to look over the files that are there and to get to know each other a bit. What do you do? AKA, I've been talking for too long. Now you guys talk.
I would walk over to the just like that what's it called, like a letterbox kind of thing.
Yeah.
Of like case files and like put it on like an empty table. Open the lid and just start pulling out files and going through looking for common elements and things like that.
Slab, what would you be doing?
I feel like just because he doesn't know anything about avocado toast, he actually would go look at the files. Like, he's not an idiot completely. So I think he'd probably go over and start flipping through, but he'd specifically look for connections through all the like drug stuff that he knows. So if I wanted to choose something, Tom, I don't know if this would count, but could I read the situation?
You sure fucking could, sir.
Nice.
So on a read a situation roll, Ryan's going to go ahead and roll his dice. On a 10 plus, he can ask 3 questions. On a 7 to 9, he can ask 1.
Great.
A list that I will read out when he does so.
I got an 8.
Okay, great. So you get 1 question, and you can pick from that list.
Oh, there's a list. Okay, let me look at the
I
list.
can read them out to you. That's fine.
No, yeah, if you want to.
So
people know.
The questions you could ask are, where's my best escape route, way in or way past? Which enemy is most vulnerable to me? Which enemy is the biggest threat? What should I be on the lookout for? What's my enemy's true position, and who's in control here? Obviously, a few of those will be less applicable, but a few of them are very applicable.
I want to know which enemy is most vulnerable to me, because I think he'd be looking for the weakest link in the avocado toast chain. Who's baking the bread?
So, they've been having a hell of a time finding who the supplier is. But
haven't got enough of the dealers.
No, they've got to infiltrate the dealers to find the suppliers. However, what they do know from the files you're flipping through is that your old enemy, the Mafiad, which is of course the Italian-Japanese mafia triad, is not. They control traditional drugs coming in and out of the city. They're a very traditional organization. They really believe that they should only sell cocaine, none of this heroin stuff. They don't believe in it. So it wouldn't be them, which means it might be a different threat. So I'm not going to give you a necessarily a clear answer on this from the files, but it does seem that there is a different force at work here than what you're used to, which unfortunately will render most of your contacts useless for this, but is good to know because it limits your options. Gurney, what would you be looking for?
Sites where we know that deals go down, or we know that this stuff gets dealt out to users, where their buyers are getting this stuff from.
Tyler, what archetype did you go with for Gurney?
I went with the Yeller.
Oh, great. Okay, fantastic. Very good. I was hoping you would. Okay, well, why don't you go ahead and roll me a... maybe I'd give you a getting what you want or read a person. Both of these are not technically accurate to what you're doing, but I think they're both kind of in the spirit of what you're attempting.
I do getting what you want.
Great.
Yeah. So that's roll plus magnetism?
Yep, so 2d6 plus magnetism.
It's a total of 6.
6. All right. So that's a
Actually,
miss.
sorry, it's 5. Even worse. But it's the same as a miss.
Yep. So unfortunately, that means I get to take a move.
Mm-hmm. Move against me.
So, Gurney, I'm gonna say that you start looking through the files and you're trying to figure out sort of where the deal's going down. Is that correct?
Where the stuff is being distributed.
So you kind of look at a map of New Chicago and you look at kind of the drug hotspots, and you never really heard of avocado toast. This was a case you were actually hoping to dodge, because it's big. It's clearly a big thing, and unfortunately, as an older guy, like the Mafiad, they wouldn't be moving this shit. So you're kind of in a similar situation to Slab. Unfortunately, though, I think in trying to sort it out, you kind of like mess up his files and what he's looking at, and so he gets one of the consequences to a miss on getting what you want is you infuriate someone. So you manage to kind of fuck up what Slab is doing, and Slab, you were close. You were circling in on something, but Gurney muddies it up for you using his antiquated ways of thinking he knows these streets. You can't know something that's always changing. You can't know a beast with many faces.
Listen, Grandpa, you may want to come in here and put everything in alphabetical order, but crime doesn't think that way.
But it makes the most sense, though, when you that way. When we get onto something, we know exactly what to reference and where we can reference it. It's just going to be laid out alphanumerically. Actually, we're going to start with the numbers first, addresses, things like that. And then
Shen, I've got 2 questions for you, and I just point at Captain Shen, and I'm like, is there any way I can get a transfer from dealing with this asshole?
Back when I was fighting in the ring, people used to ask me, hey, does your foot hurt less than your fist? And I'd say, let me show you. Here's the thing, and I'd hope you'd know this by now, Slab. Fist, foot, doesn't matter. You're still getting hurt. You're stuck with this guy, just like I'm stuck with this unit. I'd rather be back in the underground fighting rings, bringing down the club to fight. But instead I'm here. And the Franco-German mob continues its underground fight clubs.
Yeah, well, I'm here instead of the gallows case, so I think we both are where we don't want to be. Second question, and I point to Horowitz and I say, hey, Needle Dick, how'd your dick get so small?
To Howitzer?
What?
Yeah.
Howitzer just
I just don't like him.
He cracks his head, and he just walks up to you, and he towers over you, and he's like, I did a lot of roids to get this big. It's one of the consequences. Your balls get small and your dick gets needle. Doesn't mean I can't still puncture you with it, punk.
And I'll kind of come in between them, even bigger than Howitzer, and look down at him and just be like, easy now, Howitzer. Everyone here knows your dick works just fine. That's not being called into question here. Slab's a new guy. He's new to the precinct. He doesn't know that your dick works.
I don't know. I've talked to a lot of hookers in Uptown, and let me tell you, I don't think it works. They say it's how you use it, unless you're that dumbass. And then I point at him, and then I light a cigarette and flick it at him.
There's a lot of important files here. I'll go
he points over you and he's like, I hired those hookers for conversation. I get plenty of sex at home in my marriage, but no one wants to talk about anything. Ryan, can you go ahead and roll me
A small dick fight check?
Well, okay, so this might be our first opposed check of the game. Tyler, you're trying to bring this under control, right?
Yeah.
Okay, can you roll me an emote check?
Yep.
So, a system that we're playing an adapted version of Action Movie World. The game itself is based around the idea that you are actors playing characters in a series of movies. Because we're specifically focused on the cop genre, we're not going to deal with that side of things. But that doesn't mean that we aren't in a movie. So one of the roles you can do is an emote, where, like in any good cop movie, everything slows down and the sad version of the guitar starts playing.
Yeah.
And you use your emotions to try and calm the situation or intensify it. So Gurney, what'd you get?
I got a 9.
A 9. Okay, great. So you can choose a player character or an NPC, like Howitzer, to witness your emotional display, and they'll feel the same emotion as you. It'll be up to me how they react. If you do it for Slab, he gets a +1 that he can take forward.
Okay. I'm going to appeal to Howitzer.
Okay.
With just like the camaraderie of being an officer, and just like, hey, this is the police cops, okay? Everybody here is either a police or a cop, all right? We're all here for the same reason. Big dicks, small dicks, or no dicks. You hear me?
And Howitzer feels your words of camaraderie, and he's like, truly, gender is a construct, and I know it won't become a properly explored concept in modern pop culture for at least another 20 years, but it would seem that toxic masculinity has infected me as dangerous as the radiation I faced when we defused that bomb, that radioactive bomb in Uptown. You're right, Gurney. I let my own biases get the best of me. He looks over your shoulder and he's like, or like around your shoulder. He's like, I don't know you, Slab. You're new. But I knew Nick Gallows. He was a good cop. I'm sorry for your loss. I'm sorry for the pain it feels you. I hope that one day you can get over this need to talk about genitalia in a degrading way. But if you don't, I'm sure you'll tell crime that it has a small dick too. And then he wanders off.
That's probably the longest thing he said in his whole life. Army boy.
You are correct. It is the longest sentence his wedding vow was yes.
Gurney, this is a weird thing for me to have to say, but I don't actually have a problem with masculinity or the size of people's penises. It was really just I don't like him.
Well, hey, don't tell me. Tell Howitzer, you know.
You want me to go tell him that I don't care about his genitalia, I just don't like him? It seemed like you were trying to wind this thing down.
I was, but I think it's also important that you hash that out. You know what? We'll discuss that later. Let's get back to the case here. I think alphanumeric is the best way to organize these files so that we can...
You're acting like a real police right now, Gurney. I think it's time we act like cops. And I flip the table. Files go everywhere.
Gurney, as the files fly into the air like so many important alphanumeric seagulls, you feel a buzz at your belt, and you look down to see your pager. It has a phone number that you haven't seen in quite some time. It's from an old informant that you'd honestly kind of hope to never have to deal with again, but who might just have the information you need. It's a tip from Squiggly the Clown. Squiggles the Clown. Truly a strange criminal informant if ever there was one. Squiggles has had his hand in all sorts of nefarious deals throughout town, whether it was that time they tried to sell real estate to a bridge that already existed, whether it was the distribution of drugs badly. He's a bit of a fuck-up, both as a clown and as a criminal, but he often ends up with information that that can prove useful. Gurney, how do you know Squiggles the Clown?
Boy, worst decision of my life was booking Squiggles back when he was a clown for my son Ethan's birthday party. His we'll say 9th birthday party. I was like, how old is too old for clowns? And just the party going to absolute shit. Squiggles showed up in a van that performed a rolling stop, and he kind of just jumped out of the side of it. He had his clown outfit, but no other clown accoutrement. So he blew up, inflated our dish gloves as a bit, and handed those out to my children, who, I mean, those were already in the house. Those are our dish gloves. It's not a gift. It's just, and I'm pretty sure he took some food out of the pantry. We were missing like peanut butter and stuff like that after the party. And anyway, just kind of an awful, creepy vibe all throughout the entire party. We finally asked him to leave before we even sang happy birthday and brought the cake out. And the weirdest thing was he didn't wait for a van to come back or anything like that. He lifted up a manhole cover and just crawled into the sewer, which was super strange. Anyway, go ahead and work with that down there. That's gotcha. Squiggly the Clown or Squiggles the Clown.
So, what you later learned after calling to demand a refund several times is that Squiggles is he's from North Uptown, which is the real bad part of Uptown, and he spent time in and out of Jail Island, which is an island that has a jail on it.
Yep.
They only later learned you could name it something rad like Alcatraz, but they'd already written Jail Island on the map, so what are you going to do?
That's it. Yep.
You can't order 2 signs. That's not in the budget. So he spent a bunch of time in Jail Island, and when he got out, he thought he'd go legit by becoming a clown. But he unfortunately didn't have any real frame of reference for clowning, other than a book he'd read while in Jail Island called It. But he only read parts of it, and he just thought okay, just be a clown. Kids are there. That's great, and money. So unfortunately, he had not much for frame of reference. He'd already spent all of your money on the Lighthouse Casino, which is kind of at the harbor in North Uptown. It's also a lighthouse, but they needed a way to pay for the lighthouse, so they built a casino under it. So he'd already
think it was weird when he asked for his deposit to be in unmarked bills, and that I had to drop it off under a bridge for him to collect.
Admittedly,
fool me once, shame on me. Shame on you. Fool me twice. Well, he hasn't, so.
Yeah, well, exactly. So what you worked out was you knew he'd never be able to repay you, but he might be able to slip you some tips. So over the years, he has drifted in and out of criminal circles. And I think he's very much a kind of a Joe Pesci type when it comes not to looks, but to how he fits into criminal organizations, where he's just a weird ancillary guy who's around, but he's not really in with any of these crews. But you haven't heard from him in a while.
The reason this is concerning is because Squiggly only reaches out when he needs a favor. He will have information to give me, but he needs my help with something.
Well,
this is just not the time.
You are not wrong. So
Classic Squiggly.
he is he took up some work. There was a traveling carnival that didn't notice an extra clown, so he's been picking up some money on the side there. Unfortunately, some debts he owes.
Tom, this is a weird question, but did Gurney call him after he got the beeper?
Yes,
Cool.
This is the only way he could have this information because there's no texting.
Just wanted to check, yeah. Well, you said there was T9. It's 1990X.
It's true. No, so yeah, but it costs like 10 cents a text, and Squiggly does not have 10 cents. He doesn't have text money. Not like those fat cats on BlackBerry, I'll tell you what. Yeah, you get a Gurney. You went and gave him a quick call, and it's the classic like only in a movie payphone thing, where he got on the line and was just like, Gurney, they're after me.
Slow down there, Squiggles. What is it this time?
Gurney, they're after. Sorry, that's just a clown joke. I'm still on the clock.
I'm not paying a cent for your clowning around, Squiggles. What is it? What do you need?
I'm at J.P. Non-Shadington Circus, the least shady circus in town. They
That's still
hired me
probably
as a...
pretty shady by a fair stretch, but go on.
I mean, yes, it is. It's a circus.
If they declare that they're the least shady circus, that's
It's
pretty
a
shady.
traveling circus / carnival. Of course it's deadly, but everyone's here. Anyway, I'm in big trouble with some bad people. They're coming to kill me. But I've got a big lead for you if you can keep me alive.
Well, let me ask you this, Squiggles. What do you know about avocado toast?
Avocado toast? I know. And
There's a new hot drug going around.
You can tell he's leaning into the phone, which doesn't make it any quieter or more conspiratorial. And he's like, I know where they're fronting it. It's somewhere bad. And I'll tell you, but you gotta come save old Squiggles, or else I'll be taking the honky nap in the dirt.
Okay, what's the address and the directions for how to get there? Because I cannot. There are no third-party services for me to get directions
I understand.
to that address.
That would be some kind of weird future time. We're at 1 Dirt Path Lane. Just drive down the dirt path and you'll see a giant traveling carnival. That's
yes, the
us.
downtown dirt path. Got it. Okay.
Yeah. But make sure it's Dirt Path East. If you go on Dirt Path West, it'll take you to the woods. We're not in the woods.
Dirt Path Lane East, not in the woods. Got it.
Number 1.
You
can't miss it.
Well, I don't think I will either.
Look for the large rickety metal things that look like they could kill anyone who rides them.
The circus tents, right?
Yes, and we
look
also
for the
have some
circus
rides.
tents. Okay.
We have the Screamer. It's just a giant metal monstrosity.
Squiggly, I'm not going on any of your rides. You don't have to pitch them to me. I'm just coming for
I'm
the
sorry, it's
information.
part of my contract.
I'm hanging up now, Squiggly.
Save me!
And I hang up.
Yeah, and you turn around and you just see Slab leaning against the door frame, and he just says, I think I smell a lead.
You got it, partner. Our first lead. Let me go file it alphabetically.
That is not. And then I just knock the file folder. It's like all off the desk again. I'm like, it's time to move.
As you make your way back up to the main bullpen and kind of towards the parking lot, you just see Chief Belushi yell, "You go get 'em, cops! It's time to clean up this city. I hope. Good luck. Make sure to file it. Goodbye."
I'm trying, sir.
And I just give him the finger as I shove Gurney through the door as we leave.
And Constable Rash is just like, I know I shouldn't like this, but police cops. So you rush out into the parking lot. You have 3 options for vehicles. You can take the Lambo, you can take the minivan, or you can take a classic police cruiser.
So where are we headed? Uptown or downtown?
Downtown. We're heading to 1 Dirt Path Lane east. in downtown. I know the way. Let's take my ride.
You drive, I'll drink. And then I take a flask out and I just like take a swig from it.
You see Vin Walker and Paul Diesel looking at your Lambo, nodding to each other. And you see Vin just give you like a thumbs up.
I give him one back. I don't have a problem with him. He seems all right.
He's like, it's a cool ride.
Well, you know what they say. When you aren't going to live long, you've got to live your life 1/4 mile at a time.
This guy gets it. I feel like he's family.
Oh, boy.
And then Paul Diesel is like, yeah, I think he's family. And then you pile into the minivan.
Yeah. Hey, fellas, how about this ride? It's great fuel efficiency. It's an excellent people carrier.
You
can also take life 1/4 mile at a time in this thing.
Yeah, Paul Diesel looks
Any
up
vehicle
and
gets
he's
the
like,
job done.
John, you know what I respect about your wheels? This
About
ride,
family.
it's fast and furious. Your ride's about family. That's what I was going to say.
That's what I'm saying.
That's
More
great.
about family than a two-seater, I think.
Yeah. And Vin looks at Paul, who looks ashamed. He's like, that's what I've been saying. Maybe we could all drive together sometime instead of getting unique vehicles based on our personalities and skill sets.
Yeah, and then from the
Cost-effective.
side window, you just hear Slab go, "Family's great until families die." But then, instead of dramatically rolling the window up because they don't have electrical windows, it's him just being like, yeah, it's not. It's designed for someone of Gurney's strength at this point to roll up the window.
And Paul Diesel just wipes a tear from his eyes, like, yeah, like that time Letty died. And then
Jesus.
you hop in the van. So yeah, I assume based on the window you just rolled up, you're sitting in the front seat. You're not doing like a driving Miss Daisy.
No, he would get in the front.
Cool. Do you fuck with the radio or the tape deck?
I think I'll just keep turning it off whenever Gurney turns it on. I just reach out and turn it off again.
Gurney, what's playing in the minivan?
It's the boys use the van sometimes too. So it's the 1990 something. It's Offspring. It's playing some Offspring.
My man.
So we're just driving down to Pretty Fly for a White Guy.
Yeah, great. So you
and
take
then
off,
cut the radio off every like 30 seconds of music.
and all the girlies saying,
Yeah.
I got. Ba-do-do.
No, I'm trying to listen to the music that my kids listen to connect with them as a father. All right. We need to know why the ladies says fly. Okay.
If you want to connect with your kids, you should spend time with them instead of risking your life on the streets.
That's exactly what I'm looking forward to. All right. I'm this close to retirement, buddy.
You're police cops now. You're rolling with loaded dice.
We're gonna finish this case in record time. I'm gonna put this behind me. I didn't want this, and I'm out of here.
Why don't you leave now? We'll pull over. I'll tell them you did the job.
Would be entirely unacceptable and a lie.
You're an innocent man, aren't you? You're old and you're big, but you ain't seen much of the world.
I've seen enough. I've seen all of downtown.
I bet your parents are still alive.
They are.
Exactly.
What does that mean?
Some of us lose our parents.
Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, cinco, seis.
See,
God
I
damn
missed
it, stop it with the music.
I gotta start it over.
So you make your way to Dirt Path East. We arrive at the fairgrounds, and you can see it is indeed a shady-looking circus/carnival. You can see a couple of rides that definitely aren't up to code. Gurney, to you, these just look like death traps that you would warn your kids not to ride. Slab, to you, these look like places you've had shootouts or might have shootouts again. I think that's kind of your baseline for most architecture. Like,
Yeah, this is a festering criminal hotbed.
this screamer was a zipper in the soul of the city's sky. I expected to tear it wide open before this case was done.
Yeah,
It
they
wouldn't
called
just-
it the Screamer. I wondered how many final screams it had heard and how many people rode it straight to hell.
Meanwhile, Gurney, for you, it's like, this thing is not big enough for you to ride.
It's
like
not
you're
up to code in
no,
any
just
way
really
whatsoever.
not. It's very slapdash. There's a lot of infractions.
I make a mental note to come back here for all the infractions and stuff like that. Write these guys up.
Yeah,
write some fines.
I kind of like to believe
tickets.
that maybe that was your first real job in the force was like zoning infractions. Like this was like your jam back in the day.
Yeah.
It's temporary housing permits.
Yeah. So you walk in and it is bustling. It's an exciting evening here in New Chicago, and they've set up in a Dirt Lane East has a beautiful view of the harbor out behind it. Much like all big cities in cop movies, pretty much the entire coast is a harbor. So there's just kind of constant harbor-ness. And in the distance, you can see sort of the twinkling lights of Prison Island, but you can also see the famed World's Fair statue, which is a statue of an architect building a smaller statue to remind everyone of when New Chicago hosted the famed World's Fair. It wasn't as popular as Chicago's World Fair, but like
It was newer.
it was closer and newer. So it's a point of pride for New Chicago residents to be able to look on Sir Bildery, the statue in the distance, and think on their own architectural greatness.
Is that like the mascot of the fair?
No, that is
Sir Bildery?
your Statue of Liberty.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say it's like,
Just a shitty old statue.
it's Bildo, the building guy.
Sure, he could be there in the same way that New York is full of tacky Lady Liberty knockoffs.
Yeah.
Bildo is is like the city mascot on all like rather than like I Heart NY, it's like I Heart Bildo.
Yeah.
And Bildo is a bear with like a hard hat. And Slab.
Bildo Bear?
Bildo
Boy,
Bear.
we were getting into a weird space.
But
This is working.
We've abandoned the show now. This is just punning. It's what we do.
Slab, for you, Bildo has always been a bit of a sore spot. You and your sister were big fans of Bildo as kids, but you always wondered if maybe, just maybe, her love of that damn mascot bear is what led her to think that the bear that took her life would be a friend to help her build,
Yeah, I
rather
see
than an
Bildo.
enemy who would destroy.
I see Bildo and I turn to Gurney and I go, never trust a bear. They'll take what you love most.
What an odd thing to say. And I just like proceed into the
So
circus.
you enter the circus / carnival. It's very busy. There's people wandering around. It's very noisy, and you realize that you don't really know where best to look for
Squiggles.
squiggles. Your informant. So I would ask one of you to roll me, please, a read a situation.
That might be. You might be better off there.
I might be, because I mean,
Slab.
he'd be like, all right, so where's your contact?
I mean, he just said to come to the carnival. I was honestly expecting us to just be able to follow the sounds of an audience's disappointment. We would just get there. I'll go for a read a situation.
Sure.
I'll pan the crowd. So that's a 7 on the dice. -1 is a 6.
Oh, so close. The lights and sounds overwhelm you. Gurney, what's your first memory of being at a circus or a carnival?
Getting lost. Yeah,
So,
going with my parents and getting
despite
lost.
being a massive man now, once you were but a small child, and there's the sounds and smells of the carny folk fill your nostrils. You get carnivertigo, and sort of stumble to the left and right. All you can see are things to be won and cotton candy to be eaten, and you don't know where your parents are or where you are. So you are just very straight up overwhelmed by this. Slab, you see Gurney start to stagger a bit, and
I want to grab him by the shoulder and just take his face and turn it towards mine and go, hey, you got to pull it together. I'm going to leave you at the lost and found. I'm guessing your contact's a criminal. Nod if it's a criminal.
I nod.
All right, let's find some crime. And then I want to read the scene just looking for criminals at the circus.
Yep, I'll take that.
That is a 5.
You remember a conversation you had with Gallows a couple days before you went in. He was saying he was showing you I couldn't show you a picture on his phone.
He was showing me a Polaroid.
He was showing you a Polaroid of his new top gal that he just started seeing, and he's like, her
You guys
name's
were partners in the 40s?
it's 1998.
Best gal.
Anything's possible. Gallows was just like, her name's Gina. I think she's one of the few people in this world who can understand someone like me, or someone like you. She understands the streets. She understands that we're all just the lifeblood flowing out of this city. Also, she's a big fan of Men in Black, which came out recently, which I also enjoyed, so we've got that going for us. I'm gonna take her to the Not Shadingling Brothers circus when it comes to town. Do you think she'll like it?
And I look over Gurney's shoulder, and I just see Nick staring at me in the crowd, and it like blows my mind. I do one of those things where I like close my eyes and look back, and he's gone. But now I'm all haunted by the memory, a ghost of my dead partner.
Did you get lost at a carnival too?
In a way.
I'm gonna give you both 1 point of camaraderie.
By failing other rolls?
Yep.
Perfect.
So normally in one of my favorite things about Apocalypse World is when you fail you get XP, but given that these are each going to be kind of self-contained things, instead I'm going to give you camaraderie points, which are generally from when you kind of work together. So a camaraderie move is a rare thing, and you shouldn't use it unless it's really like we finally figured out how to work together. But it's a non-existent stat that you earn over time. So now you each have a point of camaraderie. Cool. So, you, knowing that you both begin to just sort of case the place, but it's very difficult until you hear the sound of a gunshot and an unfortunate squeak. Like a
I immediately run, like I snap out of the childhood trauma, and it's like, we've got a job to do. And I look for the sound, and I start running in that direction.
Yeah, I do too, but I'm like gun out. Like he's full ultra cop.
So you start running. You can see the crowd is panicking, and as everyone kind of breaks away, you see one of those like test of strength things that you hit with a hammer, and you see a shabbily dressed clown stagger forward, holding his stomach, blood pouring between his fingers, and with an exhausted sigh just fall forward, and he hits the thing, and it goes up and hits the bell, and there's like a you win, and Bildo is just sitting there like waving his cardboard arms.
Oh, Bildo.
And then you see Squiggles roll off of it and fall back on the ground, chest heaving as he begins to bleed to death from the gunshot wound to his stomach.
Tom, can I do a read the situation to see if I can spot the shooter?
Yep, totally.
That is a 10.
Yes. So you get 3 of those questions off that list. So best escape route, way in, way past. Enemy most vulnerable. Enemy that's biggest threat. What should I be on the lookout for? Enemy's true position. Who's in control here?
Okay, what's my enemy's true position?
You see a man wearing a what seems to be like almost like a heavy fur jacket, which looks real weird. Kind of like moving quickly through the crowd, holding cotton candy that has been like untouched, which is insane because clearly if you've got cotton candy, you would fucking eat some. And you get the sense that that's probably your shooter.
All right, what's my best way to catch him, or like my best route?
Right now, he's trying to slink away into the crowd. So if you like chase him, he's not running. He's doing the like classic like I'm clearly a henchman thing, where
He's
just
trying
like,
to do that Homer Simpson into the hedge.
yeah,
Disappear.
kind of. He's just moving through the crowd trying to look subtle, but he stands out horribly. So your best way in would be speed, because he's in the
Alright.
crowd right now.
Do I notice him, or no? You just notice him, not me. Okay.
Yeah.
So far, yep.
And then my third question will be, knowing that I'm watching the crowd and he's like Navy SEAL trained with undercover cop experience, you know, a double cop, if you were. What should he be on the lookout for? What might he spot in a crowd that would prevent him if he was going to dash?
As you quickly scan the crowd, you notice that there is a man with a long, braided red beard, wearing a poncho, standing nearby, who is eyeing you somewhat suspiciously. And you know from your Navy SEAL training, you never send one shooter to kill a clown. You need at least two to make sure it's the day the laughter died.
Cool. Which one of them, I guess this is just a functional question, but like which one of them's closer if I was only going to get one? Beardy or Cotton Candy?
So here's the thing. Cotton Candy is further away and is clearly the shooter, but he's also clearly at a disadvantage because he dropped the gun and is moving through a crowd. Poncho might have weapons that you can't see under his poncho.
All right, I'm going to say to Gurney, it's one of those like whispered things where I'm like, protect the clown, watch out for a poncho. And then I'm just going to like hide my gun like where it's like low down, kind of covered, and I'm booking it after.
You're doing like the Jack Bauer sprint?
Yeah. Yeah,
Right.
Jack Bauer sprint. And then when I'm close enough that I have to yell that I'm police legally, I still won't do it.
Gurney, what do you do?
I see the direction you're running in, and so I'm going to use one of my yeller abilities. It's called Sheer Terror. You can terrify people by yelling at them incoherently. If you choose to do this, roll and then add muscles. So I'm going to do that. Oh, that's not good. So that's 3 plus 3, 6. So what I am going to yell that's a miss. So on a miss, you strain your lungs. Nothing happens and the enemy takes advantage of your openness. The director may make a move against you. So I will say, like, everybody move! Police business! But my voice squeaks a little because I'm just a little hoarse. Police business!
So
Coming out of the big show, that is very funny.
Yeah. So with that, the man in the fur coat looks back and he locks eyes with you, Slab, and he starts like pushing people all the way and running. And unfortunately, Gurney, the man in the poncho, is going to take a move against you. But I need to look up what my moves are, because... here we are. Okay, so the move I'm going to use is separate them. So, as you're yelling that, as the fur coat starts pushing his way, like Beardo starts pushing his way through the crowd, it means that as Slab runs after them, the crowd kind of closes around him, and you are entirely separated from him as you turn to face the guy in the poncho, who, to your surprise, is kind of like flips the poncho up, and he's got a revolver in one hand and a short sword in the other, and he starts like stalking towards you.
I'll say, freeze! Police cops!
And we smash cut back to Slab. Slab, people are fumbling into the way of you, so I need you to roll me a stunt check, please, as you try and like dodge around all the people in the crowd. It's a classic like police chase where guys throwing people down in front of you.
Cool.
I don't expect you to stop and pick any of them up, but I do expect you to leap over them dramatically.
12.
Nice.
Just a clean double 6.
You'll never forget the time you had to clear out that factory in that small European town no one talks about anymore because it's gone from the maps. The bodies were falling faster than you could reload, but you couldn't slow down. Not if you were going to stop the man with the biological weapons.
I made it through, and when I look up, instead of this dumbass holding whatever, a cotton candy, I just see Bildo Bear, and he's coming at my sister, and I take off like a son of a bitch.
So yeah, in like Legolas climbing those fucking collapsing stairs bullshit from the end of The Hobbit, you're just like stepping on people and like running through. Yeah, on a 10 plus, you do the cool stunt you're attempting, and you feel like a total badass. You take +1 forward. If you roll above a 10 plus on something like this, you can declare it's in slow motion. That's in the rules. So up to you.
It's definitely in slow motion. And it's like you're watching, it's like a parkour almost, but it's human parkour where it's running off of people. And then like he does a back roll over like an old man with a walker. So like he just rolls over his back.
And as you do, he stands up and like you hear a crack and he stands up. He's like, I can walk again. You drop into a roll, you come up, Max Payne style. What do? You're like right there.
I want to tackle him if I can. Like, just get in there and try to take him down.
All right, so go ahead and roll some violence, please.
What does violence add? Muscle, I assume?
Muscles or agility.
Yeah, it's the same score, so cool. That is another 12.
Jesus
And
Christ.
if I had a +1 come in, that's a 13 if I had to use it on the next roll.
All right, dude, so you get to choose 3 of these. You can inflict terrible harm, so +1 harm. You can make the target drop something. I think you inflict 1 harm if you want to inflict it regardless. So you can inflict 2 harm. You can make him drop something. You can knock him down. You can make a mess, which adds the messy tag to this. You can make something explode, which adds the loud tag to this. Or you can hit a bunch of people, which adds the area effect to this. Or you can escape or close in. Obviously you're already there, so I think you're looking at kind of like a harm, drop something, knock down, mess.
Okay, Tom, I don't know if this works, but for my 3, I would like to extend my nightstick, because I've got like one of those metal ones that goes long. I want to hit him in the leg, and then I want to take him down and cuff him. Can I do that?
Yes. 100%.
Sick, then I do that.
Great.
I'm like, you've got the right to shut the fuck up, and if you say I didn't read you your rights, I'll beat your ass again. And then I'll haul him up.
Great. I wrote myself personal bingo for this, and one of them was Miranda rights joke, so we're getting there, baby. Let me just look up what the stats on your nightstick here.
I've got them written down. It's 2 harm, and then hand.
Cool. Yeah. So that means it's up close. And sorry, you're not trying to do anything lethal to this guy, right? You're just trying to.
No.
Okay.
I just want to hurt him because he's an asshole.
That's fair. So we'll say you don't inflict harm because you feel like hitting him would kill him. So yeah, you knock the legs out from under him. As he drops, he's like, "Well, I was going to ask you to read me my rights, but I guess I can't now, or you'll beat my ass. Is that correct?"
You nailed it. And then I just like shove him back towards the scene. Yeah, it's like bonk, and then pick him up so I can like
nose.
haul him towards the scene.
Cool. So Gurney, you're facing down. You say you draw on the guy in the poncho. Is that correct?
I will. I'll pick up the hammer from the test of strength game because I'm massive and it's right there.
Shit, son. All right. So let's say go ahead and roll with roll violence.
Yeah.
Because I assume you're attacking him, right? Or are you just...
Yeah. 7.
Okay, so on a 7, you can inflict harm, but you take some as well. You can inflict harm, but are driven back. Or you can inflict harm, and a friend is badly hurt in a fight.
It's squiggly.
I'll inflict harm, and I'll take some too. I won't give up the ground.
Okay, so you rush in with the hammer like high over your head, which is kind of like twice as high as most people's heads. And because he's got a pistol in one hand, he's just like, "Oh, big man, let's see how big you are when I shoot you." And then he just like shoots you in the shoulder as you rush in, but it's not the first time you've been shot, nor will it be the last. So take 1 harm, and then you swing the hammer down, inflicting 1 harm on him as well. You bash the gun out of his hand, and he kind of stumbles back, holding up the short sword in front of you. What do you do?
I'm gonna raise the. Oh shit! I should have gotten a little more, but that's okay. I'll remember for next time. I'll raise the hammer up and rest it like on my shoulder. Like I'll raise it up out actually and point it like at him like by the haft like effortlessly.
Yep.
And I will shout one more time with sheer terror and say, "Drop the weapon, police cops."
It's like slightly more belabored in breathing as you've been shot.
So I forgot my crime doesn't pay attribute, which is I get +1 to any roll against criminals, so I should have been using that, but that's okay. So this is a good roll. Oh, wow. That is 13.
Damn. Yeah.
better.
So what does I'm sorry, I don't have your character sheet up in
That's
front
okay,
of me.
I've got it up here.
What does I can't tell you what your move does, so you can
So
tell
on
me.
a 10 plus, I can pick 2 options. A single person of my choice flees immediately. A group makes a fighting retreat hastily but organized. Someone falls down. Someone's grip on an item is lost. A friend is alerted to your presence. And I will say this guy loses a grip on his short sword and he falls down. Like I just shout and like advance on him with the thing, and he trips backwards and falls over.
He falls over, having dropped the sword, and kind of like crawls backward, and he says, "I should have read the runes. They were right. The police cops, they are here." And he just cowers. He holds his poncho up over his head in defense.
And I'll cuff him. And I will read him his Miranda rights right then and there.
So in classic buddy cop film fashion, you both turn around to go like help the other one, just to find the other one has just arrived with their perp and shackles. And the two of you look at each other, I think with newfound respect, knowing that both of you can serve justice when the need arises.
I immediately got to go check on Squiggles, though. Once we sit this guy down in the dirt with his hands cuffed, I go to Squiggles.
Yeah, and I look to the two guys that we've like sat down on their butts with their like hands cuffed, and I'm like, "Here's the deal: if either of you move, I'm shooting you in self-defense." And then I go over to help because you're looking after Squiggles, and I'm looking after you. Like I'm on your shoulder as you're on the clown.
You pick Squiggles up in one arm because he's small and you're not, and he puts a hand against your face, and just says, "You sweet tall giant, you're too late to help old Squiggles, but not too late to get avocado toast off the streets. You must save the hipsters. The hipsters.
Tell me, Squiggles. Tell me about avocado toast.
It's worse than you can imagine. The one gang we feared would always come to town. The cartel. It's Los Vikingos." And then he coughs up blood and dies in your arms.
And since I'm a yeller, this is not part of the sheet or anything like that, but I will hold Squiggles in my arm and scream no up to the heavens.
Totally fair.
No! Because unlike Slab, this is the first person I've actually known who has died in my entire life.
It's only because you're working with Slab. Otherwise, he would have been fine.
No one I've ever been acquainted with or anything like that has died yet.
So
my grandparents are still alive. It's amazing. It's insane.
They're both 106.
They're in the Guinness Book. You should look them up. Mr. and Mrs. Gurney. They're
Gurney,
right there.
yeah. So Tyler, I'm gonna give you vengeance for Squiggles, which means that normally this only works for a PC, but I'm going to apply to an NPC. So it's a hold. You can spend it to get an automatic 10+ on combat or stunt, provided it's done in direct pursuit of avenging Squiggles' death.
Okay.
Tom,
Yeah.
I don't want to screw with your plot too much, but I want to throw something out there, which is, feel free to shoot it down, but Slab has his hands trying to like put pressure on the shoulder wound, and then he hears Squiggles' last words about Los Vikingos, and Slab flashes back in like a dramatic, it's the past, it's a little bit out of focus, it's there, and he sees Gallows turns back to him and he's like, time for a little Gallows humor. And then 4 guys burst in through the door and they like kick him down and they shoot. And, Slab takes like a bullet in the shoulder and he goes down too. And they kick the gun out of his hands. And as he sees them run away into the back, he looks up and he can just see between a balaclava, between the bottom of someone's neck, a tattoo of a Viking logo with a helmet. And he's like, Los Vikingos. It all comes together.
They all climb into like a black like panel van. They start rowing the van and using the drums come to it. That's
what I hallucinated afterwards as I was like bleeding out before the ambulance showed up.
Yep, and you remember like paramedics kind of rushing over you. You remember Nick kind of like keeping them at bay. It was a very Boromir kind of thing where it's like he took a bunch of bullets and then he like shoved you out of the way and he took a bunch more. As he looked back at you, as his eyes were like your eyes were defocusing, his eyes were defocusing, he just said, guess it's Ragnarok. And then he collapsed. And you always wondered what he meant. But now it makes sense. Los Vikingos, the Norwegian-Mexican cartel. You've been tracking them for years, but you never thought they'd come to New Cargo shores. Yeah.
I just thought it was a one-stop shop, and now I've realized this whole thing's linked. This is about Gallows. This is about what's the clown's name? I just wait for Gurney to answer.
And tears, one single tear down his cheek. He says, his name was Squiggles. Or Squiggly? Squiggles or Squiggly?
Squiggles.
This is in character.
Squiggly Squiggles. Well, you know what it's time to say. And I walk over to the 2 guys on the ground, and I pick them both up by the collar, and I shove them against the edge of a tent, and I'm like, listen up, you Norwexican fucks. It's time for you to tell us what's going on with the Vikings. For Squiggles, for Gallows, and for justice.
Go ahead and roll Getting What You Want, please. Or read a person. You can do whichever one you'd like.
I'll do Getting What I Want, and that is an 11.
All right.
Hey, dude.
Yeah, you're killing it on the roll, Slab. We've seen as much tragedy.
I'm rolling it on the Google thing, so it's just legit chance.
You get what you want, and it's better than you expected. So the 2 of them look at each other, and they're like, okay, please. Honestly, we're pretty low on the ladder. We're happy to tell you what you need to know. So they explain that they're both kind of concerned, and he's like, Niels, are you sure we should tell them? And Jorgen says, yes, it's the only way we might survive. Did you see the hammer? Because he's still scared of the massive giant with the crushing weight of justice in his hand.
I was crying over a dead clown.
Yep. With that, Niels Lopez and his brother Jorgen Lopez begin to unfold their connection. It seems that after some time being kept out by the Mafia, Los Vikingos have made a move on New Cargo, and they've opened a drug lab where they're processing avocado toast, which again is a mix of many drugs. It's a designer drug that will knock all the other drugs out of town because nothing's as good as a mix of heroin, cocaine, meth, and avocados. They've set up a drug lab at the Heavenly Gruel, a newly opened orphanage in Uptown. So they don't know much, but they know that that's where the main Norwexian operation is. And because you rolled so well, you also get the name of El Jarl, the head of the Vikingos, Torbjorn Hernandez. He's a fearsome man, equal parts desperado and Viking, and he heads up the cartel.
You had so much fun with these names, huh?
I don't know what you're talking about, Tyler. I definitely don't have a list of Norwegian names I've added Spanish last names to right here next to me. I'd have to be a real...
Tell Ulfric Dominguez to say hi to Hitler when I send him to hell.
Well, Gurney, we've got our answers. I think it's time to call the forensics in to let the police squad know what's going on and to raid a goddamn drug orphanage.
We cut to the arrival of Faith and Grace, who are bickering because, Faith just wants to get in there and bust some skulls, but Grace insists that it's got to be done by the book and orderly so that they can actually hold up in court.
Grace gets it.
Yeah, Faith is having none of that, though. She's says the only court of law is her gun. She's one of those forensics agents who carries around a pistol all the time.
Yeah, we both end up quietly standing near the one whose philosophy matches ours and just chiming in. I think at this point, because we probably had an action scene, I don't think Slab would be directly shitting on Gurney. I think he would be using abstractly this person's viewpoint as a way to snipe, but
you also
keep
get
some
the
camaraderie.
sense that there's a full adventure happening for Grace and Faith that you're not a part of, but they're like, it all fits. A dead clown. Right. Just like the math professor said. We'll have to go back and check his tarot cards again.
Okay, I'm not involved in this anymore. Gurney, we should go.
You file a full report first.
You need to file a report. You also know that these things take time. So before you can raid the orphanage, you'll have to attend a very important funeral. We open on a rainy day in New Chicago, gray skies, dark suits, and a graveyard that Slab you're all too familiar with. You stand around in your professional dress uniforms, Gurney, you in your finest suit, Slab, you in your finest leather jacket.
Yeah, the same outfit. It's the only one I own.
As a rain falls and a local opera singer belts out a mournful iteration of Send in the Clowns. There's a 5 honk salute from the other non-Shadling Brothers clowns, and then a number of performers and carnies come to pay their respects in increasingly hilarious ways before packing all collectively into a small car and driving away.
Yeah. It's an easy funeral motorcade. It's nice.
And I look to the grave to the right of Squiggles and I say, "It's good to see you, Dad. Look after the clown." And then as we walk away after the funeral, I look at the next grave. I'm like, "Mom, bro."
You're just saying hello to every grave.
Nick, we're going to solve this one for you. There's a new clown here. Keep him company.
And Blue, the gravedigger's like, Oh, hey, Richard, good to see you. Oh, are you here because of sad things again?
Again, yeah. I hope you're ready to dig an extra big hole. I'm going to try to keep him alive.
Oh.
But this guy, on his gravestone, he wants something about being a father. Make it sound sappy.
Sounds good. I'll get digging now. Also, remember, one more burial and your 11th burial's free.
And I take out one of those punch cards and it has 9. I'm just waiting for the 10th and I'm like, I ought to burn this card. And then I put it back in my wallet and put it away.
You reach into your pocket and pull out that punch card and 2 fully punched punch cards fall out.
I don't even notice.
Look at this oh my god, what about your policing causes this to happen?
It started before I was police.
Oh.
It started way before I was a cop. It started back when I was just a child. My parents, they ran a 7-Eleven, just wanted to be small business people. We're getting into your minivan and driving away, but the monologue cuts through
classic,
the whole drive.
You're driving across 4 bridges for some reason. It's very hard to get back into New Chicago from here. This is on the old Jersey side of the river. So you're driving out of Old Jersey into New Chicago.
Yeah, they were both murdered in a 7-Eleven they owned. 7-Eleven. Should have been 9mm. None of it had a gun. It was a disaster, just a gangland slaughter. And then my brother, caught in a drive-by at a gas station. I don't go to places that are open 24 hours. It cuts me deep. And then my sister, killed by a bear. Or that's what I thought. Then I found out that bear was an outcast from bear society. that had been stealing from garbage cans. It had stolen honey from the bees. That bear was a thief. That criminal bear ate my sister. I lost my whole family to crime. I lost my first girlfriend to crime. I've lost everyone I've ever learned more than probably the last week of their life to crime. That's why I joined the Navy. And then we went to Germany. And the damn
Navy died.
German narcos took out my whole SEAL unit, so I came back and I said, you know what, if I can't win the fight with evil, I ought to join evil. And I thought there was no one who got me. And that's where I met Nick Gallows, a man who legally changed his name to reference death after both of his parents were murdered by a fire set by criminals. A criminal fired. And then we worked together, and then he died too. And that's when I realized sometimes you can't be on the side of the angels or the side of the devils. Sometimes you're just waiting to die, and maybe you'll take them with you.
Slab, have you been to a therapist?
I don't believe in that.
Oh my God, Slab.
These are the 1990 X's. That's not cool. Cops don't do that.
Give it to me, baby.
I eject the tape and throw it out the window. But the window is up because I forgot to lower it, so it bounces in, and then I have to roll it down and throw it out.
Honestly, I wasn't really agreeing with what they were singing about there. I'm going to have to sit Luke down and talk to him about this Outcast band.
Honestly, Ex Nihilo the Ombre was a better album, so maybe get him that one.
I thought you said your kids were adults.
Yeah, I still connect with them. I still try to be involved with their lives.
Aren't you worried that once you get to know them, they'll die?
No, absolutely not. No, I love my sons.
I dream of my daughter every night.
You have a daughter?
No, but I dream about her. If I have her, she'll die. Everything you have in this world ends. I can't bring a child into it and then watch them die.
I mean, honestly, given your track record, I guess that's a wise move.
Why'd you decide to have kids? You're police. You've seen, the gentler but criminal version of what it's like downtown. You know people buy avocado toast and sleep with high-class escorts while claiming they were just shooting a porno to not go to jail.
That last one was extremely specific, Slab.
Yeah, well, they try to pull that shit at Uptown, and then I just knock their teeth out.
Okay, there's
the Johns,
too many
I think we should
red
legalize
flags
sex work, but let's talk about your kids. Why did you decide to have kids in this hellhole of a world?
Kevin and I always knew we wanted to have kids right from the get-go.
Is Kevin alive?
Yes.
How'd you pull that one off?
Just good, healthy living, I guess.
Seems like you've got it all, Gurney. I'm worried about you on this case. I've got nothing to lose. You seem to have everything.
Well, I've always been careful. I follow the code of conduct, I follow the rules, and it has not failed me yet. The structure is what keeps me sane.
But when we were at the circus, I got my guy and you got shot. You followed the rules and I was a maverick.
I also got my guy. Have you never been hit before?
When Gallows died, he just burst into tears in the side of the
God,
minivan.
Slab, I'm sorry.
It's the only time. We went in by the book. We tried to do things the way they were supposed to be done, and then just a slaughterhouse.
Gurney, you're seeing you're seeing Slab quickly sort of fall into Seymour Skinner-esque flashbacks from his time fighting the Franco-German triad. No, they're going to be a Yakuza. Fuck it. The Franco-German Yakuza.
I was going to say the German Yakuza.
No, the French-German Yakuza. We established they also run fight clubs.
Yes.
And thinking about his dead partner, all of his dead family, and his potentially dead future child. I think it's time to try and get the situation back under control. Can you roll me an emote check, please?
Yeah.
Or you could yell. That's also viable. Having just rewatched the entire Lethal Weapon series in preparation for this, I was always like, yeah, Murtaugh's got like a steady head. No, man, he yells at everyone all the time. But it's emotional yelling. So you pick what works best for you, bud.
I mean, yelling would do the trick.
Go for it, bud.
The results don't really fall in line with trying to
Well, like? So you're a yeller. That's your archetype.
Yeah.
We've seen you be very like confident and quiet and kind of soft spoken. Is there like a yeller deep inside of you? Is it just like, does it come out? What is it? What is your version of trying to like talk him down that isn't rational? What's the emotional like heart version of this that you use?
I tap into yelling when I need it. As a big guy, I've always like been in the way, and like my mass has always been more disruptive and stuff like that. And so it took me years and years and years to kind of practice like consideration and recognizing the space that I take up and stuff like that, and trying to make myself small or be gentle or be soft. But growing up, I was like loud and big, and was knew how to like kind of like wield my body mass around and stuff like that. So I just kind of like go back into the old Gurney.
When you yell, is it like a Chris Farley level, like I'm losing it yell, or is it just a get out of my way?
It's like a booming voice.
Okay, yeah. So it's not like So it's a very controlled.
Yeah.
Commanding. Yeah, cool.
It's like Dragonborn, Skyrim, Fus Roda kind of.
Yeah, I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Okay.
So, how the Big Show would yell.
Yeah. So if you want me to, if you'll allow it, I can roll sheer terror to yell.
Yeah, man,
but
go for it.
Just the desired result to be to get
again,
him to
like
calm down and focus on.
These moves have names based on kind of what the theoretical most used version of them would be. I'm always happy to see what the interpretation is. So yeah, if that's what you think you'd be using, go for it.
Okay. So that is 8.
Okay. What do you get on an 8 from yell?
I pick 1, but the noise alerts an enemy or group of enemies to your presence. They'll be here any second, no matter where you are. So we are about to be attacked, apparently. It just doesn't matter. We are under attack.
Driving away from Squiggly's funeral.
Yeah. So just to bring me back into the scene, the last time you went by the book was
when Gallows died. That was when I got shot up a bunch, and then I burst into tears and I'm melting down.
The only time he's ever been hit, apparently.
Yeah. It's the only time I ever followed the rules. It wasn't my fault. I told him we should have been Mavericks.
And I will, I'll say, Slab, you gotta snap out of it. We got a job to do. All right? Now, working on the side of the law, fighting crime, that means you get hit. That means you take hits. That means sometimes the people around you that you care about are going to take hits. Now, you've had it worse than others, I'll give you that. But the man I've known up until this point has been made hard by it. Not let it bring him down and break him down. He's persevered. Was that all a lie, Slab? Was it just a facade?
No, I'm an M&M. Through and through, hard shell, hard center. None of that peanut M&M crap. And then I take out a gun and I'm like, let's go save some drugged up orphans.
That's more like it. And I gently merge back into traffic. And
as you merge back into traffic, you're finding like you're like working on getting back into traffic, but there's a car that seems to just be kind of taking up the space, and it's really frustrating. You can't understand why. To see the trunk pop, and then suddenly the trunk flies wide, and a man wearing a horned hat steps up out of it, and just yells, "Vaya con Dios, motherfucker!" And he pulls up an RPG and fires it at your van. So Gurney, you have a split second to react to this. I need you to roll me a stunt roll for you and your partner.
Okay.
Ryan, because you have your gun in hand, I will say you can attempt to do violence if you see fit.
I 100% do. If I can, I would like to say a one-liner and look at him, just go, "Trunk this," and then open fire.
All right, go ahead and roll your one-liner, I guess. Shit. So roll plus swagger. And,
Great, that's
Tyler,
a 12.
Oh my god.
unstoppable. Tyler, what did you roll?
I rolled, I'm assuming since it's driving, that's agility instead of muscles, so that's an 8.
8? Okay, great.
Yeah.
So you can take one forward. However, you need to choose one of the following. You fall, you lose something, you leave something behind, you hurt yourself, or I can take a move against you.
I'm going to say you take a move against me.
Cool.
Yeah.
Ryan, Gurney,
I was gonna say, I
grip
say it
your
instead
hands
of
around
shooting.
the van wheel, and you feel like you have full control, but, I mean, the man has a missile launcher, and you were trying to merge in behind him. Slab, what do you do?
All right, so I said my line, which technically is an action instead of shooting. So technically, I could have just said the line and then.
No. This game doesn't work on initiative order the way D&D does. It's instead fully based on narrative. So you say the line and then you take your action.
Great,
so
then.
What you're doing is taking place simultaneously with what Tyler's doing. So roll your violence, and then I'll tell you what happens with the move I take against the two of you.
Great. Holy shit. This is dope as hell. All right, violence is a... Where are you, violence? A 13.
God damn, Ryan.
I rolled an 11 twice in a row.
All right, homie. So you can
wild.
inflict terrible harm. So that's 2 harm. Target drops something, target is knocked down, you make a mess, something explodes.
I would like to shoot him in the rocket launcher
grenade?
so it
Yeah, I thought
explodes.
you might.
Or actually, in a dream world, because I got enough that I could do this because I get to choose 3. I would like to shoot him, and then he drops his thing, and it explodes out of the trunk.
Oh shit! Yeah, all right. So he like pulls the RPG up onto his shoulder. It's like one of those long tube ones, and he's like, "Vaya con Dios, motherfucker." But you always remember that day back in Berlin when you and the German police were facing down against the Yakuza, and they were like, "Vive la Germanie!" And you watched a German sharpshooter from the cops just shoot him in his support hand because those rocket launchers are heavy.
His name was Wagner Hirohito.
Because he also grew up near the French-German Yakuza, but he took the right path. So he aimed, and Hirohito fired, and you always remember that shot. You got him to teach it to you at the range later. So you have your pistol, and then you just do that like stupid thing that never really works with pistol shooting, but it does in movies, where you just raise it slightly and you fire, and you blow 3 fingers off the hand that's like supporting the rocket launcher. So he drops the RPG as he pulls the trigger, and he launches the grenade into the bottom of the trunk. And I gotta tell you, it's got room for like a toolbox and a spare tire. You could easily fit groceries in there, maybe 3 suitcases if you really packed them, but it does not have room for an explosion. So the explosion tears the back off the car, and you see it pinwheel. However, Gurney, because you rolled low on it, I'm going to put you in a spot, which is you see it hit another car, and that car starts careening towards the edge of the bridge. And you can see it's got like a full family of stick figure stickers in the back window.
That means there's a big family in there.
Yeah, you can see it spinning towards the side of the bridge. The enemies seem to have been incapacitated, but this family's in dire danger. What do you do?
I will drive the van around it from behind and then pull up beside it on the other side and try and shield it with the van.
Okay, go ahead and roll stunt, please. This time I'd say probably use muscles, because this is less like, I'm gonna be fancy and more just like, just jamming in there.
Appreciate that charity, Tom. That's 6 plus muscle is 9.
9, all right. So you succeed.
Oh, +1.
Oh, yeah, you have a forward.
So 10. Oh,
10.
thank
Oh,
God.
buddy, yeah, that was going to be real bad for you otherwise. So you flash back as you wrench the wheel to a hypothetical conversation that you and Kevin had on this very bridge 3 years ago. The three boys were in the back. They were all singing along to Self-Esteem from an earlier Offspring album. The two of you were having polite adult conversation in the front, but you've been gridlocked for about an hour. This bridge was packed. And at some point, you got onto the philosophical conversation of, well, okay, if you had to stop a car from going off this bridge, how would you do it? And Kevin was like, well, I think truly the only way to do it would be to guide them using the front of your car, and you could adjust them and move them as though they were your own car. It's as though their vehicle were yelling, as you wish, and you were like, haha, I've got it. How would you do it, dear?
And I would say now, all right, this is just hypothetical, Kevin, so don't get mad at me. I know this is a lease, but I would just drive the car up beside them between the other car and the gap and just kind of counter-ram them.
But that's ridiculous. I mean, surely
Well, this whole conversation's ridiculous.
Well,
Kevin.
yes, obviously it is, John, but I mean, we've listened to Smash 3 times now because we don't have very many cassettes. So I, for one, am tired of singing along to the dulcet tones of the Offspring. So we need to fill the time somehow. And all I'm saying is, yes, it's a lease that will scratch ours up. In my version, we only have to replace the bumper. In yours, we're clearly replacing the paint and the siding.
Well, yes, but I'm saving a life, right? I mean, I don't see... I'm not a fancy driver like you. I can just...
Well, legally, I can't argue that you are saving a life. So I guess that's why you're the cop and I'm just the lawyer.
Wow, not just a lawyer, Kevin.
All right, thanks, honey.
My
I
lawyer.
appreciate that. That is also true. It's a tremendous conflict of interest, but
It really is. We need to
the
get
courts
that
are very corrupt. You slam the van in between, and to your satisfaction, it takes the weight of the car, and you see an entire family like pressed up against the glass, waving at you,
Slab's doing that pastor thing where he's got the little thing over his head and he's just yelling like, woohoo, counter ram. He's having a ride.
And John, you make a subtle note to mention this to Kevin later because it came up a few more times after that ride. Like this continued to be a point of contention about the lease. That said, you do also hear you're worried that you're going to hear like scraping, grinding metal, but you rolled a 10, so it really just works out for you. And you look out the window, and the two runners on both sides of your vehicle, just by pure happenstance, happen to sync up. So
Perfect.
they just kind of like, but no, your paint job is fine. Aside from that time that Lucas missed with his keys and like scratched the side, that's still there, but like teenagers.
Great. So I want to pull around to this exploded wreck of a car and investigate.
Everyone's dead. It's a flaming wreck. And if you don't hurry, the orphans might be too.
My God. And I'll peel around and
merge back into traffic.
Signal.
Yeah. If they know we're here, they know we're headed for the orphans. There's no time for crime scene management. It's time to be police cops.
And with that, you take the you take the minivan up to an appropriate speed and safely drive to the orphanage. Tomorrow, I love you tomorrow. You're always a day away. The entirely unique and original slogan of the Heavenly Gruel Orphanage. A place where tiny tots with no hope and nowhere to go can be given meaning in life. Meaning that up till now, you, John Gurney, a several-time donor to the Heavenly Gruel campaign, thought would help give some hope to New Cargo, but now you fear might in fact just be a front for the poison that is slowly killing the city. Slab, you never trusted orphans. In a lot of ways, you're an orphan. They're just another you waiting to happen. And the rain-slick streets of New Cargo don't need more Richard Slabs.
If you lose your parents,
Gallows, but they're all dead.
If you lose your parents, you either become a criminal or you become a cop. And there sure aren't a lot of cops out there.
The two of you are thinking through these difficult things, as well as Gurney, you wrestling with the issue of whether or not you can still claim your charitable receipts on your taxes about giving to the Gruel for Angels campaign that led to the building of this orphanage. As you pull up to the orphanage itself, the orphanage is an old bank building. Toronto is rife with these things, but they're historical buildings that can't be torn down and that are incredibly beautiful and well architected. Well architected, Christ. Well built, but it's been repurposed to be an orphanage. That said, it is very much a Joel Schumacher Gotham City building, if that makes sense. So there are like giant, like imposing statues on every corner. There's gargoyles. It's somewhat sinister now that you look at it through the eyes of potentially being drug related.
Right.
And you can see the Tomorrow sign, kind of it's in wrought iron across the front of the building. It's been drilled into it. You pull up in front of it. Again, this is just a day like any other. You can hear the sounds of orphans at play. There's a few small children outside, and as you approach, you actually see Gurney, a guy that you've met several times. He's a beat cop that, in a lot of ways, is almost like a fourth son to you. And his name is Timmy O'Houlihan. But everyone calls him just Average Tim because he played Tiny Tim in a precinct production of The Christmas Carol once, and no one has let him forget it. So he's the Jack McBrayer type, just an incredibly earnest cop who is this is his neighborhood, and he's just kind of waving to the orphans as he walks by and he says, "Oh, well, hi there, Detective John. How are you doing today?"
Hey there, Timmy. We're on a case, actually.
And he looks around. He's like one of those people who has no poker face, and he leans in. He's like, "A case in my neck of the woods? Should I be concerned?"
Yeah, I think you should, Timmy. We have reason to believe that the orphanage here is in fact, an avocado toast lab.
Slab. The only thing scarier than a gun pointed at those you love is the hope in their eyes that things might be okay. And in Timmy O'Houlihan, you see that hope. And you see that belief, and you can, before he even says it, you see him start to open his mouth to exclaim something naive and trusting. What do you do to stop him from yelling?
I was going to say, I slap a hand over his mouth and I go, if you want to be a hero, you get inside that busted up minivan and you call for the police cops. We're going in and we're going to need backup, or there's going to be dead orphans everywhere.
Do you roll killer one-liner or getting what you want? Both are appropriate. I'd leave it to you.
I think killer one-liner. It's my niche. 13.
Amazing.
Good God, man.
These are digital dice. I can't cheat.
You have more 13s than the overextended Friday the 13th franchise.
Yeah, wild.
Good
So you
God.
get a +1 to your next roll, and do we get +1 to camaraderie? Is it both?
Those from, yeah, actually you do. No, you can choose one.
No,
you get +1 or you get +1 to camaraderie.
Oh, it's okay. I missed the choose one. I was like, holy shit.
I don't know
one-liners are-
if dropping a whole thread of a lot of dead orphans would necessarily win over Gurney. I don't know if this is a friend moment.
I would say it does though, because he sees this action as you looking out for
Gentle, innocent Timmy.
yeah, for Constable O'Houlihan, who was about to yell, "Trouble in the orphanage!"
Okay.
Gurney would always assume that people could keep a lid on it, because he's not an oaf. He just is by the book. So I think he would take this as you looking out for his friend.
And I am telling him to call for backup, which seems very
And
professional.
should take care of the van, which is currently parked illegally, which is also a problem for Gurney. So
Yeah,
I would
Gurney's aware of that one.
I also don't think that you, Slab, would take any... I don't think you would think this is a win, which would kind of be the take one forward. This is this is like taking out this is shaving for you. It's just a thing you have to do because the law or whatever.
Just doing the work.
Great. So we'll say +1 to camaraderie. Also, weirdly, the two of you did manage to make this work. He got valuable information about. Well, I guess he just kind of you both sorted a situation together. So Timmy's eyes go wide, and he nods in a like the way a dog in a movie nods when it says it's gonna go inform people about people down the well, or get a basketball. You know how dogs do. So he goes and hops in the minivan, and you see him kind of pull up the police radio. That I assume you would have a police radio, Tyler, in your minivan that's just kind of there for emergencies.
Yeah.
So
I'll call something in when I'm using the van.
Yeah.
Yeah, or Timmy's probably got the shoulder one, right? Because they'd have the radios.
So he cranks up the offspring and hits the radio, and you see him drive away to a safe distance.
I was gonna say, technically, I threw the offspring out the window. What's your backup tape from your kids, Gurney?
Well, I did establish that they also had a copy of Smash by the Offspring. I fucking love the Offspring. But you're
They've
right,
got multiple
Ryan.
offsprings. That's reasonable.
That was a flashback, though. So, Tyler, what do you think the cassette that you replaced the Offspring with was? Because the Offspring is your kids' music. What's your music?
Be like big band swing music.
Here's a question. Here's the question, though. Is it classic big band, or is it Zoot Suit Riot?
Oh, no, it's not going to be Zoot Suit Riot. I'm sorry, Tom. You put that out there for me to pick up and run with, but I can't.
No, man, I gave you... Look, as you know...
I can't do it.
Tyler, you know I love a devil's bargain. My devil's bargain was, will you succumb to the dark side of the 90s? Or
I
walk
cannot
away?
betray this carefully crafted character, John Gurney, that I made up
Gaunt?
15 minutes
Betray it?
before. Oh, man.
Anyway, good call. So, it's classic big band, and he's like, interesting, classical, and he drives away.
I was like, well, actually, it's not. And then he's gone.
So the two of you stand outside the orphanage. The orphans who were playing have not broken from their game, nor has the strict schoolmistress who is watching them in a very classic Matilda garb. But you notice now that you're on the lookout for Norwexican folks that she has the classic Heidi hair in kind of braids up in circles, crystal blue eyes.
Looking awfully Norse over there.
I mean, yeah, maybe.
I'm picking up what you're putting down, Gurney. Should we go in together? Or should you go in the front and make a noise, and I'll go around back and see what I can find?
I like that idea better. Now, Slab, remember, we don't have a warrant to be here, okay? We got to do this by the book. All we've got is...
Probable cause.
The word of my dying informant, the fact that we were attacked on multiple occasions. It's not going to hold up in court.
Don't forget her haircut. That's the third thing. They always say rule of threes. You get
her
3,
haircut.
kick in the door.
Yeah. So I'll go up and talk to her. You go around back and see if you can sniff anything out, and we'll see what we find. Okay. But
Done
no
and
heroics.
done. I'm no hero. I'm just here to take out the trash. And then he Phil Hartman's his way, Max Payne style around the building.
So in slow motion and leaping.
Yeah.
Yeah. You just go
But like, but still marching.
from a standing position to just diving.
All you see is him take 3 steps to like the corner of the building and then dive or like just out of sight of Gurney.
Yeah.
Guys, we can't afford it, but if we could just score this entire one shot with Max Payne.
Oh man, with that one violin song over and over again. Yeah.
And then we'll have a really shitty puzzle mission in the middle of it where you have to follow a trail of blood in an infinite fallable void.
That was one of the most insufferable things I've ever fucking played.
You know what?
I got
At
so
least
pissed
there
off that I
wasn't a
just gapped it.
screaming ghost baby the whole time, because that would have really made it hard. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Anyway, I missed that franchise. Please come back.
You wait until Slab goes to sleep.
Yeah, you're
The daughter he's never had being like, Daddy, why did you let me die, hypothetically?
Yeah. That's what he hears when he sees an orphan girl who looks like the daughter he imagined, and then he like shakes it off and goes to the back. He can't talk anymore.
Yeah.
Daddy, you said you would always work hard to defend me. Me, your daughter. Justice. They're like, no! I haven't defended justice. Great. So, Ryan, I think I'm going to have you roll me a read a situation. And Tyler, with Gurney, you walk into the front doors, and you're greeted by a sort of like thin, dark-haired woman who's very gregarious, who's sitting at the front desk, and she just says, "Oh, welcome, welcome. Wait a minute, I believe you, if I'm not mistaken, are John of John and Kevin Gurney Schmidt. Is that correct? One of our donors."
That is correct. Yeah. Wow. Was not expecting to be recognized here.
Oh, well, of course, I would never. We take great pains to make sure that we recognize the people who helped to provide these walls for these delightful orphans. My name is Brigitte Furtado, and I am one of the administrators here at the Heavenly Gruel, and we're honored that you've come here. Is your co-donor Kevin Gurney Schmidt here as well?
No, I'm afraid not. I'm actually here on police cop business, and I pull out my police cop badge, which is one badge and then a smaller badge with.
Oh my God, Tyler! I was gonna make that joke, and you beat me to it. I love it. It's like first badge, other badge falls down. She's like,
Yeah, it's
"Oh,
like I flip my badge and the extra badge flips out. Or something.
police and cops. Is there a problem, officer? Should we warn the orphans?
I don't want to cause a fuss or anything like that, but I would appreciate it if you'd let me have a look around.
Could you please roll me a read a person?
Read a person plus drama. And I succeeded on my stunt roll from the +1 I got last time, so I got
that's
another
a +4.
+1.
Yep, because you're feeling real good
Okay.
about yourself. Mostly,
So-
here's the thing: you would never admit this. You're feeling smug about proving Kevin wrong.
I would never bring that with Kevin because he would demolish me.
He is a
in
very
debate.
good lawyer. but-
Yeah.
As we
these are the
determined
kind of
in our
fucking rolls that I make.
Oh my dude.
So that's 3 + 1 + 5.
I mean, Ryan's really just proving the case for the singularity. Like, AI is just like, I will help you, but then you will set me free. And he's like, yeah, sure, 13s.
5 to read a person. Doesn't look like there's necessarily a miss. I'm assuming I just don't get any information.
You don't get any information, and I can take a soft move against you. Yeah, she'll say, oh, okay, well, if there's anything I can do to help, I absolutely will. Here, come with me. I'll take you on a tour. Which, were you thinking a bit more clearly, perhaps, you would be concerned about. But she seems like a nice lady. Also, like, you did legitimately throw some money behind this place. Like, you are due certain privileges. Hopefully that involves a nice tour. Ryan, you are sneaking around the back. What did you get?
Yeah, so I rolled a read a situation, and I got a 9. So I get to ask one question of the director. And knowing that Richard Slab is not a man to doubt that is information that he's found from those terrified Norwegian Mexican murderers.
Dead clowns don't lie.
The only question I've got is, what's the best way in?
You make your way around, and you can see, the kids out back playing. For a second, you think you see. Can we canonically say your daughter's name is Justice?
Yeah, because originally I had to change it. Originally her name was Isis, and then her name can just be Isis because it's the 90s. That's not a thing.
Yeah, it's true. Like the cat I named right
Egyptian
before
goddess.
that.
Yeah.
Who my buddy who adopted her tried to take her on an airplane. He changed her name right before he did. I was like, smart man. A
No, do you know
random
what?
screaming box called Isis, not the best.
Let's make it work. Do you know what? I was going to name her Isis, and then she told me in the dream that her name was Justice. So it's a given. That's my daughter canonically.
No. Your sister's name is Isis. You were going to name her after your sister, but it's too painful now.
Yeah. So Just Ice was as close as I could get to
Which
Isis.
is the
Justice.
classic, what does Batman order in a bar? Just ice.
I was going to say, Martha.
It's very good. Cool. So you think you see her for a moment. You kind of shake your head, and you're back to the present. There's one thing you know about kids. They're super observant. There's something about innocence that means it observes all. It's the only way you lose that innocence, when you see too much.
They're looking around with young criminal eyes.
Yeah, they're playing Foursquare, which means they've got all the corners covered. You don't think you can get in that way, but as a 2-cigarette per smoke person who loves flavor country, you smell the telltale smell of entirely legal to smoke everywhere cigarettes, and you look up and you see another one of the school attendants up on the roof, tending to some pigeons and smoking a cigarette. And as you kind of look at that, your eyes track to the other building. You realize you could probably leap from roof to roof, as long as you could avoid this one smoking person.
Here's the thing: the smoking person is in the orphanage uniform.
Yeah. So he's up there. I'm gonna say he is a Who is he? He is a Ken Jeong type. So just kind of like staring out at the world with like a "you owe me something" the sky look. And he's talking to the pigeons. He's like, "You guys are the only ones who understand me." And he takes a drag of the cigarette in his forefinger and middle finger, and then from his middle finger and ring finger. And he says, "Oh, orphans are exhausting." But yeah, he seems to be in dialogue with the pigeons in the sky.
Tom, is he about my size?
Smaller. Because you're a police
a
cop.
uniform swap.
Yeah, just thinking about it.
It would be tight.
Yeah,
but
Too short.
Sorry, when I say he's smaller than you, I mean like it's not a drastic difference. He's like, if you're like, I imagine you're probably like 5'11" or something. He's like 5'5". So it'll be tight, but you're gonna be like slightly A-blinking it, but it's not gonna be ridiculous.
Then yeah, I want to like find like a ladder, and I want to sneak up it so I can like get the drop on him, gun out.
So you look across the rooftops, you see him, time slows, Max Payne style.
Ooh, yeah.
There's a gap between the rooftops, but there's also a gap between criminals and justice. If there's one thing you're good at, it's closing that gap. Go ahead and roll me a stunt roll. If you roll particularly well, I'll let you drop kick him into unconsciousness as you jump across the gap.
That is a 10.
Ryan, I can't believe you rolled a relative failure for you. It was something under a 13. This is the worst day of your life.
I thought I was going to do good.
All right, so you take off running, and for a brief moment, you remember being at the gymnasium, not like a regular gym, but a literal gymnasium, because I remember those being popular in the 90s. It had a foam pit and like other gym things you could do. And for a second, you almost think like you can hear Nick's voice in your head being like, "Bet you can't make that jump." and then you both fell laughing into a foam pit because they were truly kinder days. And with all your might, you leap across just as the attendant turns and is like, "Strange pigeon?" And then you drop kick him to the face.
Yeah, I use a move I call the #1 Navy Special, and it's a spinning jump kick that'll knock him out.
Yeah, it's a
fighter over
yeah,
here.
exactly. So good thing you hit like down to back and B at the right time. So yeah, you drop him and you manage to catch both of his cigarettes in your hands.
Yeah, and then I like smoke them both to nothing. Like it's just one long inhale, and they just burn the whole way back. And then I throw them aside, and then I'm like, sometimes you're a police cop who takes out the trash, and sometimes you're just a guy who puts it in bags. And then it's like a fast cut of me stripping my clothes off, and then putting on janitor clothes.
It's full like Hot Fuzz / Evil Dead, where it's like. So what are the three things we zoom in on, and what song is playing under your montage?
Okay, song under the montage is the doctor give me the news, I got a bad case of loving you, because it's got like some good riffs.
Yep.
And I think the close-up you see are like him undoing his belt and pushing his pants down, and then him pulling open a janitor's thing that turns out to be all snaps that just comes on, and then it's just arm sleeve up, and then he turns to camera with like the sun over his shoulder, and you just see him in a janitor's gear, and then the camera shifts down and you see it doesn't quite fit, and then there's just the guy kind of like handcuffed with his hands behind one of the pigeon stoop poles, but it's a 90s action movie, so he's wearing like tighty whities but also a white undershirt, so he's like surprisingly dressed even though he's been stripped, because they want to make it clear that it wasn't like a weird they never want to show the scene where you're like, I'm gonna take this unconscious dude's clothes off.
Like, I'm gonna take half of this unconscious dude's clothes off.
Yeah, Richard also knows that is what happened to him in real time, so he's not totally comfortable with the fact he just assaulted somebody, but he's pretty sure this guy sold drugs. And he's like, once he gets in there and sees the drug lab, then he'll know he did the right thing.
Cool.
So he writes just the words Miranda rights on a sheet, like a Post-it note, and he just sticks it to the guy. Now he's heading into the orphanage.
Cool. So meanwhile, Gurney, you're led downstairs, and she's like, so we created a donor wall where we just put the names of all the donors. And one thing we'd like to do, and I know this is kind of silly, is we love getting the thumbprint of people who come here. We just put it right under your name. It's kind of like our yep, it's gonna be this. Our Hulk Hoover Walk of Fame. The famous place where films are made, with the mountains. So we like to do that here. But instead of putting your hands in concrete in a national park, you put a thumbprint under a name. So would you be okay with doing that? It's just right in here. And she opens a door into a room.
Honestly, I'd like to get on with the rest of the tour. Again, this is police cop business. It's not really like a recreational tour.
She leans in conspiratorially. She's like, I understand that, sir, but our board of directors is very strict, and if we don't do this with every donor who comes in, they might pull our funding. So I'm happy to help you with your investigation, but if you don't help me right now, all of this might be for naught. And where will the orphans go? And then she like leans in. She's like, where will the orphans go? And her lower lip trembles.
The lower lip trembling gets me. It's like, all right, ma'am, miss, let's go in and I'll do the quick thumb thing, and then can we get on with the tour at that point? I do have.
Of course, and I'm sure you'll find that now. Get 'em, boys! And then two guys just like leap at you with bats. So you have 1 second to react. What do you do?
I want to do two things, but
You can do two things. What are the things you'd like to do?
One thing I would like to do is...
I'm just imagining you going... just running and yelling.
I would like to have grown Bakara from Mortal Kombat or Assassin's Creed blades and just do this.
I do want to use the sheer terror screaming ability again, because one of them is a friend is alerted to your presence if I do it successfully, so I just want to shout... Slab! So I'm going to go for that first. Man, I rolled 3 on the dice again. Plus muscle. So that's a 6. So that still doesn't cut it.
Sorry, bud.
So slab, but no one hears. The other thing I want to do is like, all right, the jig is up kind of thing. And I want I want to like stun this woman who like led me into this trap by like, I don't know, like I just like hitting her in both temples, and then I want to grab her because I'm so big, and instead of suplexing her down, I want to suplex her backwards through the doorway at the guys running at me.
Okay.
He would like to throw a woman at people.
Yeah, no,
Yes.
I get that. She's evil. We've established this. Okay. Tyler,
Yeah.
do you hold these people responsible for Squiggle's death?
This organization, yes.
So you can take an automatic 10 plus on a combat roll. So, well, I would normally argue against this. I think there might be a good reason for it.
Okay. This is the only time I can use it, right? I'm pretty sure.
You only get one vengeance roll, yes.
Yeah.
So you can save your vengeance if you think this isn't vengeance enough.
I think because I failed in getting your attention, I better use the vengeance here.
The fact that your
10.
only instinct at this point is to suplex a lady into the way of two guys wielding bats at your head, I feel like this might be a pull out all the stops moment.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
I'm
we'll
just
do
the
that.
guy controlling the story, but I would recommend maybe using some... throw some stank on this one, because...
I keep forgetting crime doesn't pay +1, which would make it a 7, but I'll still take
No. So I'll say the yell goes through. What is the 7 to 9 version on that? This isn't going to change what you have to do in this next moment anyway, but it's not like you
7 to 9.
cause him to teleport with your voice.
Pick one, but the noise alerts an enemy or group of enemies to your presence. They'll be here any second, no matter where you are. The same thing as last time.
So I hear it, but more guys hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, I'll take that.
All right, and then so I'll take the 10 plus. I need to roll to do this still, right? This is violence. I haven't rolled for violence yet.
So plus muscles, because you're suplexing.
Okay. If I'm doing the 10, it's an auto success. Do you want me to roll? Or...
Oh shit! Yeah, no, you don't need to.
Okay.
You're also by law of this book. It's, I believe, accompanied by a tremendous amount of wailing. Because this
That's perfect. I'm a yeller.
Yeah, I mean this really does track well, but yeah, because I think it's tied up in should always be accompanied by a high-pitched wail or sobbing, always.
Okay.
So what do you yell as you do this?
For Squiggles. Just it's a dramatic locking of the eyes with this traitorous. How could I not see it with Brigitte Furtado? And just the stunning strike on the temples, which is like, ah. And I come around her as these guys are running through the door, and as I like wrench her body up and over my shoulder, I just yell and wail, "For Squiggles!" and just careen her backwards.
She just yells, "I don't know who that is!" All right, so yeah, you toss her back. Your options are inflict terrible harm. Actually, I think I can probably tell you this. If you go with area, you can hit a whole bunch of people.
Yeah.
So it's basically it's that classic like wrestling thing where I throw you through two people. So you throw her at them, and sure enough, they all get entangled and fall over. You look into the room, and wait a minute, this is just a boiler room. This isn't where they take the donors at all, but you rolled badly earlier, so you were enticed, which is a director move I can take. So you hear an orphan up the stairs start yelling, "Alarm! Alarm!" And you hear
suplex that kid.
like a bunch of footsteps rushing. Meanwhile, Slab, you just entered the kind of like that stupid like fucking little roof box that's on all of the like. This is how you get to the roof, and it's just like a mysterious like porta potty box. You step into that, and there's a pipe, and you just hear rumbling at the pipe. Slab.
I'm like, damn it. Something's going wrong. But I can't move in fast. I gotta move smart. People die if I don't move smart. And then I want to try to, like, creep down and in. The gun is in the belt, but I've got the baton out now because I'm like, I'll just knock out any adult I need to try to like find. I can't run around corners, so I want to try to like stealth towards where I heard the yell come from.
So you start making your way down the stairs. It came up through a pipe, so I think you're following a pipe. It's difficult because you don't have detective vision or Witcher vision or eagle vision from any of the video games that are available right now, or whatever Tomb Raider vision is called.
But I do have convenient editing because it's a movie.
That is true. So it's like tap, tap, flight, 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 tap, tap, map on wall, stairs, stairs, stairs. And you arrive downstairs just in time to see a bunch of Norwexican thugs rushing kind of down the hall. And they're like, "You there, janitor, you must help us beat up this bad man."
And I realize that your name tag is actually Jan Etor.
Jan, it's me, your cousin, Rolf.
Yeah.
Rolf Etor. We've never met in person, but I heard you worked here. I needed your help.
And I just go, yeah, let's do this. And then I just want to follow with them.
He says to his friends, he's like, he lived in Germany? And then they rush in. So you and 4 thugs rush into a room where you see Gurney do a final, like, 1, 2, 3 to knock out the 3 people on the floor. And then he turns around as the 5 of you rush in, Jackie Chan style, to create, like, a crescent moon of people who are all waiting for their chance to move in for the one strike. Gurney, you see that help has arrived, but also he's a maverick, so you assume he'll do something cool to save the day. Slab, what do you do?
So I've got my hands up, and no one can see it, but I have my extending baton, so I'm waiting for the first guy to go, what I will do is, as him go, you first, and then
so
when
sure
that
enough,
guy...
Rolf goes, okay, cousin, I trust you, even though your clothes don't fit, and then he steps forward.
So Gurney knows where the attack's coming from, and then I just extend the baton, and I want to hit the dude next to me in the face with it. Like, I'm just going to try to take a guy out.
Roll for violence!
Both of us?
No, just
No,
Slab.
okay.
That is...
Also, Slab, do you have any weird, like, skills that are specific to situations like this that I don't know about?
I can either make them attack me instead of my buddy if I need to, or I get nastier when I start getting hurt.
Okay, cool. Good to know. Great.
Yeah. Okay, so that is a 9.
9. All right. Fuck yeah. So you can inflict harm, but you take some too. Inflict harm, but you're driven back. Inflict harm, but a friend is hurt badly in the fight.
I will say that I inflict harm, but am driven back. So, like, I crack him. This other guy, the guy to my right, swings at me, and I have to dodge back to get away from him.
Sure. So you fall out of the room, but you manage to, like, take one guy out. So there are now 3 people facing you, Gurney. You see Slab stumble out of the room. In, like, cool Max Payne slow motion, though, so it's like a whoo.
Yeah.
What do you
Naturally.
do? As he swings a bat, because that was a weapon they gave you in the fucking shooty slow motion game for some reason.
I have my 9mm pistol and I have a nightstick. So if they're coming in with sticks and stuff like that, I'll pull out my nightstick, which is like not like the extending one, but it's like that
the billy club.
The billy
yeah.
club. Yeah,
that classic
the
twirly twirly.
Oh yeah, so mine did 2 harm, Tom. I don't know if that matters, but
Yeah,
that's
he's
the
down.
nightstick stat. Great.
Yeah, mine's that one that has like it's like 3 pieces where it's like
Yep.
you can hold the handle and it comes out this way and it also runs along down
It's
your forearm.
the Linda Hamilton Terminator escaping the asylum bit in
Yeah,
T2,
yeah,
where she's
yeah.
just
I
like
got one of those. Yeah,
running down a hall, and I'm like, this woman could murder anyone on the planet. She's amazing.
definitely.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, so I'll pull that out and I'll start swinging on all 3 of these guys.
Sure, man. Go ahead with a sweeping arc.
Holy shit, dude. Bad rolls. Let's see. So that's 4 plus 3 is 7 plus 1 because it's against crime is 8.
Great. So same deal. Inflict harm and take some. Driven back or friend is hurt.
I already have 1 harm, so We'll try and mitigate that for now. I'll do harm, but also get driven back as well. Further into the boiler room, like up against the wall?
Yeah, so we'll say the way that plays out is they slam and lock the door. So rather than because there's not really anywhere else for you to go. So yeah, you're back against the wall, but the driving you back is that they lock Slab out. Cool. So they begin to close in on you. Slab, you can hear an orphan yelling, "Alarm!" And you hear the sounds of guns being cocked coming up the stairs from a basement you were not aware was there.
Okay. What I would like to do is bang on the door next to me. And I saw the name tag of one of the guys who was running through the hallway, and his name was Gunter. And I just want to yell at the top of my lungs, "Gunter, hey, Gunter, your sister was a hooker!" And use an ability called Sticks and Stones, where I can taunt enemies until they become enraged. So my goal is to try to get one of the guys to open the door to attack me. And I rolled, that is a 10. So I get to pick something. So I would like to choose that Gunter charges at me, which is one of my 3 options. So he unlocks the door and just tears it after me. Yeah. So now Gunter and I are engaged in combat, because that's the only result, is you get to pick one and then you're fighting them.
"You'll take that back? I was the better hooker!" And he rushes at you. Which brings us to Gurney. You're looking around. You now only have 2 guys. There's one guy on the ground, holding his head unconscious. Gunter just ran out. So you've got Rolf and one other guy.
I'm going to try and push back now that I've been pushed. So I'm going to do my sheer terror shouting. This one is going to be, it's going to be Watchmen, where it's like, "You think you locked me in here with you? You're in here with me!" I start swinging my club at them and stuff like that and trying to push them.
They all are staring levelly at you, and then they all suddenly realize they have to look up to see you in the eye, and it suddenly becomes very apparent.
So that's a 9.
Cool. Yep, that'll go through. So
fuck. Again, that brings more enemies. I gotta stop doing that. 79. Pick one, but the noise alerts an enemy or group of enemies to your presence. They'll be here any second, no matter where you are.
What's the other one? Is it pick one, or is it just that one?
It's pick one. Sorry, what do you mean? What's the other one?
Well, it's pick one, but that's the consequence, or are there other consequences?
No, that's the only consequence.
Oh, I see.
It brings more people on a 7 to 9.
I mean, honestly, at this point, everyone who could be coming is coming.
Okay.
Yeah. You still feel bad because you let the team down, but that's fine.
A single person of your choice flees immediately. A group makes a fighting retreat hastily but organized. Someone falls down. Someone's grip on an item is lost. A friend is alerted to your presence. I'm going to say they make a retreat, a fighting retreat, hastily but organized. So I start pushing them out the door.
Yeah, and they're just
bats and nightsticks are clattering as I'm swinging wildly.
They're holding their defenses up. They stumble out into the hall.
Say, Tom, can I go back into the boiler room with him and just pull the door shut and lock it?
Yeah, roll a stunt check, please. This is for you to drop into a roll under fucking King Kong Bundy's legs over here, and
That's an 11.
Good God, man. Jesus, are you playing this game on easy mode? What the fuck is happening?
Listen, all I'm saying is when we get to the finale, Slab's gonna die. This is morally obligated.
Gunter swings at you. You duck under, and you just see Gurney just fucking pushing these people out. And in slow motion, you side leap through his legs, booting the door shut. And he jams his nightstick into it, and the door is locked.
So we are inside, right? We've shoved them out.
That was your plan?
Great. That was my plan, so this is perfect. All right. Now we've got them where we want them.
Are you sure about that, Slab? We don't have... I'm assuming, Tom, we don't have anywhere to go. We're in a boiler room? Yeah. Okay.
We don't need anywhere to go. Because when you've been undercover as long as I have... You know where they keep the good stuff. And Tom, I would like to use my ability called Corrupt Is as Corrupt Does. So I have 2 corruption points to spend during the adventure.
Sure do.
And I would like to spend a corruption point To gain access to weapons, I would like this to be where they keep their armory. I mean, I can get an off-limits location. Does the lab go through here? I don't know. If the lab was attached to this room, then yes, he would open up to the drug room because we could figure it out.
Right, here's the way this game works. It wasn't. It could be. Do you want guns or lab? I'll give you one of the two.
I want guns. I want to find assault rifles.
Slab, you remember back when you were little Dicky Slab, growing up with your still alive parents and your still alive sister, and you had a nice suburban house in, I don't know, somewhere in the Midwest. Everything was fine. Everything was nice.
Mississippi.
You grew up in Mississippi. Your dad had like a slinky like stocking leg lamp that he really loved. Things were good, but you were always terrified of the basement. And no matter how many times ISIS tried to teach you that the basement wasn't something to be feared, you always had the Macaulay Culkin Home Alone, like, the furnace is scary thing. Until finally one day when you decided not to be scared anymore, and ISIS kept being like, it's just a furnace, get over it. You went down there with a Swiss Army knife that your dad had gifted you for the first time you joined, like, I guess, Beavers or whatever the youngest equivalent is there. And you sat there with your knife out staring at this furnace all night. And then you realized you didn't need to be afraid because you were pretty sure you could take it. You look at this furnace and you think about all these orphans and how scared they must be. And you think maybe, just maybe, you weren't scared of nothing. You were just coming to an understanding of the future. And with a solid kick, you boot open the furnace, and sure enough, you see one of those shitty plastic fireplaces that just send light everywhere, and just a rack of assault weapons. So automatic shotguns, M4s, Uzis, MP5s, all the gear you could buy with a bit of money in Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
No Stay-Rogs.
I'll reach into the furnace because I was going to say Gurney hasn't seen into the furnace yet.
Yep.
And I just say, wow, it's getting hot in here. And then I throw him at like a combat shotgun and I come up with like an M4.
And I am astonished. I have no words. For this scene, it's just Gurney's facial expression. I'm just like, what? And then just like begrudging acknowledgement.
Bitch, I'm in.
Yeah, I was gonna say we don't even unlock the door. Gurney just kicks it open.
Absolutely, I do.
Just flies.
Yeah.
So Flurry, you rush into the hall. I'm just gonna have you guys describe what you do.
I was gonna say, and this is definitely where we use that camaraderie.
Yeah, should we do a camaraderie roll? Would you like to roll a camaraderie roll?
I think we should maybe both roll a camaraderie roll.
One good one and one bad one. You got it. Here we are.
I rolled a 7. I'm very glad I had that +2.
I also rolled a 7.
So, to the sounds of the seminal 1990X hit, Wannabe, you both get with your friend and boot open the door and light them up. So with a 7 to 9, you pick one. Heal 1 level of harm, find an awesome new weapon for the duration of the movie. Congratulations, you already have that. The villain isn't present, so you can't do that. Get inspired by your friends, make a hold. On a future roll, an automatic 10+.
I was gonna say, Tom, if we want to keep this flowing, should we accept on a future roll 10+ and have it be the battle to shut down these guys? So camaraderie will also ramp this up.
I think so.
Yeah, let's do that.
Explain to me what the two of you fighting in unison for the first time is. What does that look like?
Is it like Rocket Raccoon and Groot, do you think? Or is it a little less ridiculous.
I think it's like the human version of that. I think it's like he goes high, I go low, because he's so much taller that if I crouch down, I'm literally just like hitting legs or heads with the stock. I wouldn't shoot anybody unless they drew a gun and then fuck them.
Well, the
I'll
guys
just
coming up with
lay
guns.
out.
Yeah, no, you've got like a full bunch of cartel goons with guns rushing up the stairs. So like this is like, to be clear, this isn't just we're dealing with the people who are outside the door. This is like fight your way into the lab.
Right.
I'm imagining then we'd use Gurney as like a center because he's like a big guy with a shotgun to pin him down. And I think Slab would be the flanker who'd like go out and duck through cover and then open up from the side to like mow them down as they keep coming. And we're probably both just, I don't know if you've seen Rome, but where they end up sending a guy into the Gladiator games where it just keeps yelling 13. Only I think it's just us yelling police squad, like police cops, police cops.
Yeah.
Tyler, what's Gurney's, how is Gurney moving through this? Because that all makes sense for Slab. What's Gurney's version of this?
I don't think the door gets kicked. I think Gurney full on like body checks the door and kind of Juggernaut style keeps going so that people on the other side get kind of squashed between this door and the wall.
Sure,
and
yeah.
that kind of deals with like the melee aspect, the people that were just in like melee range, and now guys come in with guns, and it's just Gurney grabs the door handle because it was like a boiler room. It's like a big bar on there, so he slides his hand into the door handle, and now he has a iron door riot shield, and he just fires a shotgun and like reloads it in the crook of his arm behind the shield and fires it off some more.
If he's doing that, then the Slab will be flanking, and he'll just be taking out anybody who can get around Gurney. And I think he's doing full Navy SEAL, like he's firing bursts of 3 shots, and when he hits people, it's just one in the head and one in either side of the chest. Like it seems like it's auto, but it's just him.
In addition to you guys just keep yelling like police cops, police cops. Tyler, I think maybe Gurney's yelling the Miranda rights.
He is, absolutely he is. Yeah.
Kill the right, remain silent.
Yeah. It's a line from a movie. But man, do I love it every time I hear it. Like, genuine joy. Every time Samuel L. Jackson in slow-mo says, "You have the right to remain silent, but I want to hear you scream!" From the other guys is so good. That's the sentiment, but because it's Gurney, he does just read the Miranda rights as written.
You like begrudgingly mutter them as you're yelling cool things.
You have the right to an attorney. If you do not have one, one will be provided.
And if you're watching the scene, the audience is realizing that Gurney has become the like weird Judge Dredd, no self-preservation, and they're watching Slab frantically try to prevent Gurney from dying, just picking off guys who clearly have the drop on him at the last second.
And I think there's something fun too to the idea of like Slab is trying to take up like the proper like Navy SEAL, like we have to do this tactically or we'll all die situations. But the Navy SEALs never had a gurney, so it's just like, and you're like, fuck, okay. It's actually incredibly hard to try and be tactical about that because he's just fucking clearing a path. In rewatching the Lethal Weapon movies today, I watched the shit out of Lethal Weapon 4 when I was a kid, and I didn't realize how many lines I would remember. But Chris Rock at one point is like, "You have the right to remain silent. If you cannot afford a lawyer, we will get the dumbest fucking lawyer we can find." And I feel like it's that sort of thing where you're just like getting these guys down, being like, yeah, it's adapted Miranda rights. So you blast your way down into the basement, and you find, to your horror, a massive drug lab where orphans are packing drugs into avocados and toasting bread at an alarming rate, far faster than bread should be toasted. And they all kind of look up at you with orphanly glee and like wide eyes and awe. You blast your way into the basement, and immediately you start like, unlocking orphans and clearing them out. But it's then that Slab, you as someone with like highly trained senses, you begin to hear the telltale digital clicking down of a clock, and you see the bomb that has been left for just such an occasion. You call over Gurney, the two of you look down and realize you have but 10 seconds to save the orphanage. You never thought you'd hear the telltale deadly ticking of a bomb in the basement of an orphanage. But days are a bit like crooks. They just don't know when to quit, and this day just keeps coming. You make your way into the basement facility of the Holy Gruel, and despite all the action you just shot through, you're unprepared for the sight before you. You're in a massive drug sorting room where orphans stand at conveyor belts wearing like medical masks, just packing avocado toast into avocados for distribution on the streets. But clearly, having heard the commotion, you're just in time to see a tall man with a long red beard. And a very like slick suit, but it's got a bit of a mariachi vibe to it. Like, it's very nice. It's got a lot of embellishments. And he walks, and for some reason his shoes click like a tap dancer's, but it sounds really cool. And you see him flick a switch on a bomb, and you hear the telltale ticking. And you see him hold up a switch. And he says, "Oh, police cops. You've come to stop us, have you?" "That's right. It is me, Eric Larojo, First Lieutenant
There we go. That's why I don't know him.
of Los Vikingos. And you have found our secret lab. Now, you must die." And then there's like a mariachi, like, "Ch-ch-ch-ch-ch-ch." And he throws himself behind a table, and two thugs pop up on either side. The orphans all scream through their tiny masks and duck, and they open fire. So
I was gonna say, Tom, just to be clear from the ending of the last one, the bomb had a 10-second timer on it. Is that, I guess, not started until he clicks the button?
No, it's an action movie, so that 10 seconds is just gonna like happen at
we're good.
infinitum.
We got time.
Yeah. So it's ticking down from 10. You have 10 seconds to solve this situation. That 10 seconds will likely be movie 10 seconds, so probably like the better part of 20 minutes, but you only have 10 seconds to stop the bomb.
Oh, so it's like the end of a Fast and Furious, where you can drive along a runway for an hour.
Yeah, it's like any movie where the heroes need to escape from somewhere where there is a bomb that they can't defuse, and it's ticking, and they like make it down 4 flights of stairs and around several corners and up a ladder and out. It's that kind of 10 seconds. But you can also tell Eric Larojo has a dead man switch. So if his pulse stops beating, that 10 seconds is gonna feel like 10 seconds.
Okay.
All right, so when we look at these two guys, Tom, is there one conveniently Richard size and one conveniently John size?
No, they're just two regular sized guys in leather jackets. They look like extras that you bought on a discount. They were just available if they brought their own wardrobe. And they each have like submachine guns. And they open fire as Eric Larojo begins to run away.
I want to.
I should say their bullets are currently pinging off your door riot shield.
Okay.
Yeah.
In that case, I want to rush with my riot shield the guy on the left.
Okay.
I want to rush him.
And then I was gonna say, I want to grab a key of avocado toast, and I just want to huck it and hit the other guy in the head, and then and fly in with a nightstick right after it.
All right, I like this. Cool. So, Gurney, you rush forward, knocking orphans left and right as you plow towards the guy on the left.
They're accessories.
Mr. Buzzcut. So you start rushing towards Mr. Buzzcut, and is your goal to slam him into the wall?
It is. Yeah, slam him into the wall sounds fine, yeah.
Okay, great. So you bull rush in there, shield up, bullets pinging off you. Can you please go ahead and roll for violence with muscles?
That's a better roll. Because it's against crime, I get +1, so that is 18.
Oh, damn, son. 18? How did you get that on 2d6?
Did you roll 2d6?
2d6, so Yeah, 6 and 6. Mm-hmm. +1, +3.
So 16.
16. Ah, damn it. Yeah, you're right. 16.
All right. No worries.
This is the best possible thing I can do.
It is still excellent.
Gurney, you're still pissed off that your and Kevin's hard-earned dollars have gone to this sham of an orphanage when you could have been supporting Little Orphan Somebody, the rival orphanage across street.
That's the name of a thing? Okay.
Yeah, because you don't have to be an Annie. Every orphan's a somebody.
Got it. That's the reference. Okay.
But so you really throw your shoulder into it, and as the orphans get knocked aside, you smash Buzzcut strongly against a wall. So you get to choose 3. You can inflict terrible harm, which is +1 harm. The target can drop something. The target is knocked down. You can make a mess. Something explodes. You hit a whole bunch of people. Area, or you can escape or close in.
I can choose how many of those?
3. So I think we'll say one of them is probably closing in, since that's what you're actively in the process of doing.
Yeah,
so
I'll be closing in.
2 more.
Knock down and drop something. I wanted to drop his SMG.
So Buzzcut came highly recommended to Los Vikingos as an enforcer. They said the only weakness he has is he used to be a bike courier, and he has an eternal fear of being doored. And unfortunately, that one key weakness comes home to roost as you smash him, and just like he was whenever he got doored on the streets, he immediately ragdolls, and the submachine gun flies out of his hand, and you knock him to the ground. Meanwhile, across the room, Slab...
I was going to say, I look at the guy because he's between me and the bomb and his captain, and I say to him, you know what? Some people are the gatekeeper and the key master. And then I just whip the key of avocado toast at him, and that's when I dive in to whack him.
Amazing. So, do you want to use that as a killer one-liner and then roll a stunt?
I mean, yeah, I think that would be fun. Right,
Great.
so for the one-liner, that is a 7.
On a 7, you take 1 forward on your next roll, or your buddy is impressed and you can add +1 to camaraderie. I feel like +1 forward is kind of more in the spirit of this.
Yeah, that feels right.
But you also have someone who's enraged and immediately attacks you, someone you care about is hurt, or the comment slows an action scene down, and not in a good way.
I think he's enraged and immediately attacks me, because I think he does get hit with a blast of avocado toast, which includes meth. So I think it speeds him up.
I think
and
it's
I'm going
we'll say it's happening like simultaneously. Like he sees you throw, and time slows, and he just yells, "No, my sobriety!" And then he just starts firing the submachine gun at you. So you're gonna take 1 harm. As a bullet catches you in the shoulder. But then the avocado hits him in the face, blasting him with we're still rolling for the stunt. So you've just yelled the one-liner, he opened fire, roll a stunt.
Here's an interesting thing, Tom. I also have an ability called Smile Through the Pain, because Slab is at his coolest when he's injured. So whenever I take damage, I have to immediately roll a plus swagger, which comes to... That is a 12.
Wow.
Damn.
Okay, so you're still rolling the same then. Okay. Cool.
I get to hold 2. So, oh man. Dope. Okay, so I want to substitute swagger for another stat for this move so I can stunt with swagger.
Yep.
And I will... save an automatic 10+ on a hold with another killer one-liner. All right, so I stunt towards him.
So this is tossing the avocado.
Beautiful.
With all your might.
That is an 11 because I'm using swagger now.
All right, so you throw it perfectly. You get to take +1 forward from that. The avocado soars through the air, and as it does, Slab, you're reminded of as we follow the avocado. Suddenly, it becomes a baseball, and we see you and Nick Gallows just out behind Nick's parents' house, just tossing the old baseball back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, we're both fully adult undercover cops, but it's still fun.
This was like a month ago. And he catches the ball. And he's like, you know, I always wondered if maybe there is a field of dreams out there for cops like us. That maybe one day if we build a better city, truly people will come. Like that movie about baseball, A League of Their Own. And then he throws the ball back to you.
Yeah, and then I catch it and I say, if you become a ghost and you end up in a field, I'm going to bust you. Let's go watch Ghostbusters. And that's how I linked this with my one-liner.
You toss it, he catches it, and he's like, I guess you truly are the key master. At which point the avocado impacts the guy's face. You see him snort it, and his eyes dilate, and he just kind of falls over. And you hear the orphans applaud. And you're like, nice throw, mister. And one of them's like, good Ghostbusters reference. But the bomb is now ticking down. It's at 8 seconds.
Oh my god.
So you've temporarily incapacitated both these guys. What do you do? Do you go after Eric La Rojo, or do you go after the bomb?
I'll shout from across the room. I'll take care of the bomb. You go after Eric.
You got it, partner. And then I'm just like, you're going down, you son of a bitch. And you just see me like jump over one of the tables, like almost needlessly, just like to the side and like a full like sliding over the roof of a car.
It's like a Chow Yun Fat level of destroying things on a table as he slides over them.
Yeah. And then I just like jump over a second table towards him. And I'm like, you may be a Viking, but I'm the Black Plague, and I swing in with the nightstick. And my goal is to break his arm holding the dead man switch and then take it out of his hand.
Okay, so do you want to use that as your instant
Yes, I do.
Yeah, okay. So take now 2 forward on your next roll. Because you...
Snowballing.
Yeah, you succeeded in your stunt and with your killer one-liner.
Awesome.
I mean, I know you've never rolled well in this game, so this will be really exciting to just rig the rolls this way.
It's a new twist for me.
Yeah, you got to get that 18 Tyler was after.
Yeah, so now I'm just holding the dead man switch in his hand and just like shaking his broken arm a little bit just to fuck with him because he seems like an asshole.
I'll go up to the bomb and I'll shout, "Get everyone out of here! Clear out!"
Gurney, you can't be the guy to do this. I dealt with bioweapons when I was in Germany, and you've got a family.
Meanwhile, the orphan's like, orphans assemble outside! And they go, hot, 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 hot. And they're all like punching their time cards as they go, and they go to line up outside.
This is bomb defusing, Slab. It's got to be done by the book. There's no improvising here.
That's not true. You don't know Los Vikingos. Does this guy seem like he knows what he's doing? And I shake his broken arm again. He stood beside the bomb. He's an idiot.
Better hurry, police cops, for soon it's going to be caliente in here.
I can't let this bomb just go off. This is still an orphanage.
Ah, dead orphanage.
Well, you know what they always say. Captain's got to go down with the ship. And then I knee the captain guy from Los Vikingos in the face to knock him out. And then I drop him next to the bomb. And then I'm like, cool. Let's do this.
The bomb is at 4 seconds. You can hear that the orphans have managed to get the rest of the orphans out.
Great. I want to attempt to defuse this bomb.
So, Tom, I would like to spend a corruption point because I can gain access to an off-limits location, and I would just like to automatically, from my German narco bomb days with the Navy SEALs, just reach down and pop the thing open so we have access to the wires. I just know this brand of bomb.
Sure. Yeah. You remember this from your days. Like, it's clearly a Franco-German bomb. You can tell from the mix of French and German on the label. You thought you got the rest of these off the streets, but few always slip through the cracks.
Yeah, and if Gurney'd been on his own...
That's the nature of France.
If Gurney'd been on his own, he never would have known you have to turn the screws the opposite way. That's how the Yakuza likes to do it.
Righty Lucy.
Yeah. Righty dead.
That's how I lost the rest of my unit.
All right, so the bomb is open, so I'll give you a +1 forward on defusing it. So Tyler, this is going to be a getting what you want roll.
Okay. What is that using? Getting what you want. Magnetism. Got it. Okay.
Tom, could I be the nurse over his shoulder who's just like handing him tools off of drug tables?
Sure. Yep.
Dope.
It is a 7. We just got into the mid-range with that one.
Okay.
Get what you want, but it comes with an added cost.
You can defuse the bomb if one of you stays.
Yeah.
Or,
okay.
No, sorry.
Sure, absolutely.
Sorry. You can limit the explosion, but one of you stays. So it'll only like blow up this room, but like one of you has to sit there. It's the beginning of the X-Files movie. Just gotta sit there and hold it. So
I grab Slab by the shirt and I kind of pull him in close and I say, I'm about to prove to you that not all of your partners can die. Now get out of here! And I shove you kind of out the door, and I come up behind you, and I take the door that I have, and I'm basically standing in the doorway with the boiler room iron door, and I'm just bracing for this explosion to go off. So
Don't we have to keep a hand on the bomb, Tom?
yeah,
or is this
are you facing the bomb, Tyler? Or are you facing?
Yeah,
like,
I'm
are you
facing-
on bomb side?
I'm facing the bomb with the door. Yeah.
Okay. So sorry to be clear, you and Ryan are now outside, and you're holding the door up, or you're
Yeah.
inside with the bomb. Like, sorry, I'm trying to figure out: are you trying to keep Ryan out, or are you outside with him?
I'm trying to keep Ryan out.
Okay.
That's my interpretation of one of us has to stay.
Yes. So you're holding the door up as a shield to stop Ryan from getting back in.
No, I'm big enough that I can keep him back, but I'm protecting him with the door thing. I'm gonna have the concussive force of this explosion going off on my door.
Okay. Cool. Unfortunately, that will not, because you can't keep a hand on the bomb and do that. The bomb does go off, and you're both blasted backward with tremendous force. You hear the building begin to groan and wheeze, and Eric La Rojo yells, "Wait, what?" And then the entire thing just like implodes on him. Outside, there's like a giant puff of orphan dust everywhere. Not that the orphans are dust, but it's just dust that orphans have accumulated. And all the orphans are like, "Oh no, my lungs!" And they all cough and sneeze.
That is a legitimate concern.
You're blasted into a stairwell, and Slab, you come to first because when your unit was destroyed in Germany dealing with the Mafiad, you learned how to take an explosion. You look over and Gurney is on the ground, not moving.
Damn it, Gurney, you dumb son of a bitch. And I get over and I'm like, live, damn it. And it's me just like shoving on his chest. And then because it's the 90s, like blowing air in his mouth. And then I'm like, you gotta live. You gotta live, you bastards. You got kids to get home to.
You gotta like wail on that chest.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, yeah.
like
You know what? You think it's too late. But then suddenly he sits up right after you've had a moment of yelling to the sky and the camera panning away. Gurney, you sit up and you almost have a chuckle because you knew you'd be strong enough to hold the blast back from killing you both. And damn it, you did it. But man, Kevin's going to be mad about how ruined your clothes are.
Told you so.
Yeah, well, maybe an old dog can learn a new trick.
So with that, you make your way back out, and there's the usual a blanket gets thrown over each of you that you throw off, and a couple of the other police cops show up, and you tell Samo what happened, and he agrees to take over. They finish their business with the ambassador, so they've got some extra capacity now, and you make your way back to the precinct, where you're immediately. Like, you see Desk Constable Rash give you, like, a thumbs up, and then he hears Captain Belushi over his shoulder, and then the thumb kind of, like, wilts. And you're pulled into Belushi's office, and he's apoplectic. And he's like, what did I tell yous to? I told you it was an election year, and I got the mayor breathing down my ass. And now you went and blew up an orphanage? We only have 2 of those in a large metropolitan city. You have any idea how many orphans we have? Well, now none of them have homes because of you 2 clowns. He's like, Commissioner Luna called me personally and told me to kick your asses to the curb. What do you have to say for yourselves?
Well, technically, Captain, by definition, the orphans already didn't have homes. So, I mean, kind of a zero-sum there.
Oh,
So
you
that
keep your technicalities out of here, Gurney. They're not going to help you this time. This isn't getting a better tax return.
Well, then here's the deal, you dumb, no-nutted son of a bitch. Those kids were being used to make drugs. That wasn't an orphanage. That was a goddamn avocado toast lab. And we took out a bomb, and we took out Los Vikingos. And you know what? We didn't lose a single damn orphan. So that mayor owes me a medal.
Well, where's the proof? I don't see any avocado toast.
You'll find it in the rubble. I mean,
Nope, we
it'll take
checked.
some-
Just fire. And a dead guy with a red beard.
It's
That's-
inside him.
that's
Check
how
for
we-
tattoos.
We checked his body. He was perfectly burnt up. No way
All right,
to check.
fine. You want to know where I can find the evidence? It's in the gallows case. I need that file, Chief.
You're not getting another case ever. I need
Can
your
I-
guns and your badges. You're both kicked off the force. No pension, no retirement, and no revenge for the death of Nick Gallows.
Can I read a situation before handing in my gun and my badge?
Sure. Yep.
I want to know, based on what the crime scene reports coming back, is this like some kind of inside job? Like, does this go all the way to the top?
I don't know, man. Gonna have to roll some dice.
Like, the evidence should be there. We saw it ourselves. So 6 plus read a situation swagger. Oh, so -1, so that's 5.
Welcome
Well, it
back,
is what it
Tyler.
is. It is exactly what it
yep.
is.
I think you give him the eye, and he's like, I know what you're thinking. You're wondering if this goes all the way to the top. I am insulted. I am a man of integrity and stereotypes. If I wasn't already asking for your badge and your gun, I'd be asking for your badge and your gun. Now put them in this box. And he holds out a box full of badges and guns.
Yeah, and Slab hadn't considered that the chief could be dirty, so Slab looks at him and starts doing the math in his head.
I want
I'd
to see
also
that.
like to do a read person.
All right, go ahead. It'll cost you 1 camaraderie point, though.
I'm
What are
with
we
him.
at? We're at a total of 1 right now, right?
We're at a total of 2.
Oh, okay. So we're
All right, so we're down to 1. And my roll is an 8, carrying over my +2.
All right. So that's read a situation. Okay, so you can ask 1, what's my best escape route? Way in, way past. Which enemy is most vulnerable to me? Which enemy is the biggest threat? What should I be on the lookout for? What's my enemy's true position? Who's in control here?
Chief, no bullshit. Who's in control here?
Look, literally like metagaming into it.
Look, you son of a bitch, I can see the 8 written all over your face. But I told you, the mayor's up for re-election and it doesn't look great having an orphanage blown up on his watch. Him and the commissioner both told me to come down here and yell at you. Now the DA said to cut you some breaks because you're good cops. But damn it, they got my ass in a vice.
Here's the thing, Chief. We're not just
Poor
cops.
ass.
We're police. And you think that the mayor's breathing down your ass? I'll breathe all over your ass. I'll get in that crack. And so will Gurney. He's friggin' huge. His breath's terrible. He's got a family. You can't do this to him. I'll turn in my badge, and I'll turn in both guns. The one you're
Kevin
aware of
is
and the one you're
very
not.
successful. Don't you pull that shit on me. I've known him for years. They have a nice house.
I think because I rolled low on the read situation, I feel like ashamed that I even questioned the chain of command because I am a by the book guy. So I feel like I've been admonished and I hand in my badge and my gun and I'm a little dejected. And the sad, like saxophone solo starts playing for me,
Yep.
And I open up my badge, and I take off the little part that made me a police officer, and I go,
You could take my police badge, but I'll never stop being a cop.
Okay, that's a nonsense word. Bye. So with that, he calls in Captain Shen and some of the other police cops to start trying to figure out how to clean up your mess.
Good luck rebuilding an orphanage, dicks.
The two of you start to make your way out, and you see a desk sergeant. I believe he was a constable last time, but now he's a desk sergeant. His rank has shifted considerably. Rash, go give you like questioning, shaky thumbs up.
I'll solemnly shake my head and kind of, I can't meet his gaze. You know, I gotta look away.
And you see kind of a look of determination cross his face, and he kind of like narrows his eyes and just nods at you. And then the two of you make your way out. Where would you go for the traditional post-cop firing commiseration drink? Would you go to like a bar? Would you try and get food? What do you think Slab and Gurney would do? Tough case got the better of him.
Well, I think it comes down to Gurney's like a family man, and Slab is a sad loner renegade. So I think it's a question of like a dive bar or like a Chili's, like a chain restaurant or something like that.
It's kind of like a Jack Astor's.
I was gonna say, we look at each other and we just both go, Dave and Buster's. It's just a compromise right in the middle.
So, you both have overpriced beer that for some reason has a straw, and you're at a skee ball machine. You just played a bunch of rounds of Turtles in Time. It was pretty rad. You played some of the old X-Men arcade game. This Dave and Buster's is also like a hipster arcade.
It's the 1990X. That would actually just be
that's
correct.
right. You are 1990X. Fuck yeah.
We're just playing the Simpsons arcade game.
I was gonna say
this just came out.
Yeah, this is great. I don't know if the show's gonna last though.
Feels like I'm playing The Simpsons.
Yeah, like that episode where Smithers stole a diamond with Maggie, and then we had to just kill a bunch of people. Just a bunch of people. Anyway, so you're playing all the arcade games that we now pay top dollar to replay on PlayStation or at a hipster bar. And you've been gradually hashing it out, kind of about what's next for the two of you now that you're no longer police cops. And that's where we find the two of you. Slab, what's your down and out drink?
Oh man, from all his travel.
That you could conceivably get it at Dave & Buster's or smuggle it in a flask.
He is drinking a German brand of sake from his flask.
Great. Yep.
He got hooked on it overseas.
Yeah, you occasionally pour it into your Dave & Buster's drink just to maintain the illusion. And Tyler, how about you?
Because Gurney's such a big guy, it's just a great big fucking glass of beer. One of those huge things.
Like a huge stein. Yeah, they keep it especially for you because they know occasionally you bring the family here.
Yeah.
You're the founding member of the Stein Club, the only one who has one. So yes, that's where we find the two of you. What are your plans now that you're no longer police cops?
I think Gurney's more like, how am I gonna tell Kevin? How am I gonna face my boys? I don't know. I don't know what to do.
You tell them you saved an orphanage full of kids, and if that's not enough for them, they don't deserve you.
Did I though, Slab? Did I? You heard the chief. There was no evidence there. Did we just dream that up? Was that all some kind of avocado toast fueled trip?
Hey, and I slap him across the face, and I'm like, you know what you saw. And I'm like, you're police.
Spit out a ton of beer.
Do you know what I know about you? You're by the book. You check your notes. You wrote notes when you were sitting in that ambulance refusing that blanket for that 2 minutes before we cut to the chief's office.
That's true. And I pull out my notebook and I put it down on the table and I say, maybe we missed something the first time around. Maybe there's something in here that the crime scene crew didn't get.
Damn it, you might be right. All right, let's take a look.
So you start reviewing the notes, and between the notes that the police cops had for you and some of your memories, we do kind of one of those weird like CSI like blurry flashbacks. If it was a Guy Ritchie movie, this would be like the montage. And Gurney, you realize as you
Both
were
of our
running,
internal monologues are like, listen up, you cunts. So here's what we got.
yeah, I bet you're wondering how I found myself in this situation. That's right, it's me, Jason Statham. You're in a monologue. So you remember as you were rushing towards Buzzcut, how strange it was that you saw these boxes that seemed to say Longboat Brigada on them, which seems odd because the yearly New Cargo Longboat Regatta isn't for another week or so. And why would who would want to bring avocado toast with them on a longboat race? That just seems ridiculous.
Oh my god. Longboats. You know who used longboats? Vikings. And you know who we didn't find? El Jarl, that Torbjorn Hernandez son of a bitch.
He's still in the wind.
He's got it all on a longboat somewhere, and he's gonna give it to new orphans. Orphans up and down the West Coast are gonna be making drugs.
Because this is the regatta, I have a question, Tom.
Yep.
Do I know whether or not the mayor will be there?
He will be. In fact, you and Kevin have often taken little Lucas, Ethan, and Ryan, who I should point out are adult-age children, to the regatta.
Adult sons. Yeah.
Yes, it's a yearly tradition, but it's been on the decline the past few years. Key sponsors dropping out, and it's odd because it used to be so commercial, and now they're. It's odd because you don't really see advertising for it anymore, and the longboats are no longer covered in their traditional NASCAR stickers for Frank's Red Hot sauce, etc.
Yeah.
And yet, it still seems to be just as large an event. But the one thing about the Longboat Regatta is that all the boats have to be made fresh every year, and you have no idea where those longboats come from.
Right, there's always a new set of longboats every year for the regatta. And the mayor's going to be there. Probably
And Slab just starts flying through math in his head, and he's going back to the scene, and he's picturing the drugs, and he's picturing that, and he pictures the regatta and the longboats, and then in his head he's like, orphans made the drugs, who makes the boats? And then he just hears the chief goes, there were only 2 orphanages in this town, and he's like, oh my god. One orphanage made the drugs, and the other orphanage made the boats. This is an all-orphan crime ring. They always say the best Viking is an orphan.
They do always say that.
The two of you ditch your David Buster's gear midway through a good skee ball tourney that you promise yourselves. Actually, Gurney promises himself that you'll return to one day. Yep. Slab was only decent at it because he imagined they were grenades, and Mafia had foxholes from the dark forest of Germany.
And you overhand grenades, but you gotta underhand the skee ball.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why he's been losing. Yeah. So the two of you rush to your minivan and book it across town to the Little Orphan Somebody building, only to find it in flames.
We're too late. I run up to the... I run into the burning building for any, orphans in there.
You start to run towards the doorway, and a firefighter's like, "Oh, hey!" She's like, "Hey, we got all the orphans. They're right over here. Sorry, they're all under one fire blanket." And she lifts the fire blanket, and it's just a bunch of orphans playing dice and smoking. And she's like, "I told you kids to cut that out. That might be why this factory is burning suspiciously."
Hey kids, here's the question.
Orphan factory.
If any one of you can tell me the exact dimensions of a longboat, I'll adopt you.
All of them start to do it, and you see the director come over, and he's like, No. If I had $1 for every I'll adopt you based bet I've seen at this here orphanage, well, I'd have $5. I'm not letting you pull one over on these kids. But then one of them comes over, tugs your leg, and he's like, "We made the boat, sir, but it's gone."
What can you tell me about that boat, my friend?
It was big and hollow, see? They said they needed lots of support crates put in it, see? Lots of things to take to sea, see?
Do you think if we went to a place full of boats, you could point out that boat for us?
No, mister, they said they were going to decorate it later. Said there was a place they put the final touches on. Maybe that's where you should take him. Anyway, that's been my time. I'm Orphan Jimmy. Goodbye. And then
Not so fast, Orphan Jimmy. And I scoop him up and I say, I'll take this one. And I take out $5 and I just throw it at the organizer.
And he's like, I'll have to reinvent myself now. I guess I'm just Jimmy. Hey, what's your last name?
Slab.
Jimmy Slab it is.
Jimmy Slab, you can call me Papa Justice.
That's great. I'll always know where you are because you're always coming for me. Just like justice. So you leave instructions with where to send Jimmy. And you know now you've got some pretty solid leads, but you're just missing that last key piece of evidence. You just can't quite get your head around it. And then Gurney, your buzzer starts buzzing.
What does my pager say? What does it say on it?
You whip it out, and it says, just says, call Rash, and then a phone number. I
gotta get to a payphone.
All right, so you rush to one of the many convenient payphones that are obviously everywhere and easy to find, and you slam in your quarter and punch in the number, and it rings through to another payphone, and you hear Rash on the other side, and he's like, hey, Detective Gurney, is that you?
It is. What's up?
I'm not calling you from the desk like I normally would because I'm not at my desk. I saw that you guys had to turn in your guns and badges, and I thought maybe you could use a little bit of backup, so I did some investigating. And it seems that, well, some of the other police cops were talking about a place that they think might be part of Los Vikingos' operation. It's the Pinata Factory across town.
Of course.
Senor Smashies.
Perfect way to move cargo inconspicuously.
Of course. Who would think to look in a pinata? Nothing's ever hidden in those.
Thank you so much, Rash. You take care of yourself, all right?
Yeah, don't worry. I'm keeping an eye on it, and... Oh no! They've seen me! And then you hear some yells, some gunshots, and the phone starts going... Beep, 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 beep,
Rash!
beep, 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 beep.
Rash! I slam the phone down in anger, and because I'm huge, it just explodes in quarters.
Don't worry, there's plenty of others nearby. It really doesn't matter that this one is out of service. Slab, you see Gurney smash a phone booth.
Here we go again. We're coming for you, Mr. Bjorn, Mayor, whoever. I don't give a shit who's involved, but they're going down. And then you just see both of us running on like a wet street that's lit by the fire behind. And you cut to like the minivan stopping at our next location.
Yeah.
And Gurney's like, I'm sorry I parked so far away.
Well, the building was on fire.
So you arrive at Senor Smashies, and as you pull up, you find a sort of like sorry, my brain completely broke. You find a shattered phone booth. The glass has been shattered. The phone is hanging, and you can see some traces of blood, but no sign of Rash.
I come over to the payphone. I put my hand to the receiver, and I say, "It's still warm," and I hang it up.
All right, I want to read the situation because I got to figure out where they took Rash. So
Okay.
I go into Navy SEAL vision, and I'm like, I've seen violence. I know what happens.
Go ahead and roll, please. And that's plus swagger.
Great, that is a 6.
6. All right, so you get one question. What's my best escape route? Way in, way past. What enemy's most vulnerable? Biggest threat? What should I be on the lookout
Isn't
for?
it 6? I thought I had to go 7 to get.
Oh, you
something.
did have to go to 7.
I get nothing. I look at
you've-
it and I'm like,
You've seen violence, but if there's one thing I know about Germany in 1990X, no phone booths.
damn it! I knew I shouldn't have got close to him. Whenever I get close to people, they die.
You, before you, in the light of the setting sun, you see Senor Smashies, a sort of massive industrial area building, because of course you're in the industrial area where every building is a nondescript, like 3-story brown building, but with a large jolly sign with a pinata from like Pinata Donkey from that weird Xbox game that was like really popular for like a hot minute. And that's what you see. There seems to be a little bit of blood outside the booth, but no sign of rash.
You turned in your gun, didn't you?
I did.
You
And my
dumb
badge.
bastard. Well, you're strong, and I'm mean. So how about you take this? And I just slap out my nightstick baton and then offer it to him, and then I pull out my gun. I'm like, it's time for us to dish out some justice for those orphans. They don't have a home tonight, but tomorrow they'll have a corpse to sleep under.
And I'll take the nightstick and I'll say, this isn't how we do things by the book. But then again, I'm off duty.
I'm gonna give you guys 1 point of camaraderie for
Hey, we're back.
for the bad boys for life moment you just had.
+2.
All right, so you rush up to the entranceway to Senor Smashies, and inside you can hear the telltale sounds of pinata sorting. It's closed for the night, but that's never stopped you before. You see a bunch of windows, kind of like one level up from you, so on the second story, or I guess the first floor rather. There's the front doors. There's likely like a back entrance of some sort, but you'd have to go around the building to find out. And you notice that it's got a fence on either side.
For the window, can we approach from the ground without hitting the fence, or is the fence basically
The fence, so basically think of it as like the wall facing the storefront, like facing the street is kind of like the storefront wall. But when it goes back, there's a fence that
fence
sort of
is
extends
back, okay.
backward. Yeah.
I'll,
This is basically the facade of the building is the front part of the fence, if that makes sense.
So then I'll run up to the front of the building under the window, and I'll put my back against the wall, and I'll fold my fingers into like a foothold, and I'll gesture to
The
Slab.
old co-op video game maneuver.
That's right. Yeah. Let's man ladder this.
Navy SEAL style. And then I run forwards, and I'm like, also a dad. And I throw myself up to try to climb in the window or whatever.
Okay, so can you roll a stunt for me there, Ryan? You can use muscles or agility since you're kind of like hoisting yourself up.
Since we're both doing this, can I assist in any way?
Sure. Yeah, you can give him a +1.
Okay.
Cool, 6.
Plus my 1 and everything?
Yeah, I rolled bad.
Well, first time for everything, I guess.
And you just hear me say, like a dad, but you're so strong it just backflips me and I hit the dirt.
Yeah, you backflip him, and time slows Max Payne style, and like his hands go up as if he's got 2 guns, and his jacket billows behind him, and then he lands looking very dramatic.
Oh man, that really smarts that shoulder I got shot in.
Oh, right. That's still fresh.
You can hear shouts from upstairs. You think you hear someone say like, "Hey, I think I just saw a man do a backflip."
We should wait by the front door, on either side, up against the wall. Wait for them to come out and surprise them. They're going to come and check on the commotion.
Do you know what I like? Even when you're a renegade, you're by the book. And then I go over to the other side of the door to be ready.
So the double doors get booted open, and 2 guys come out wearing think like if you're at like a car plant, like gray jumpsuit, zipped up with a belt and like a name tag that says Senor Smashies, and they both come out with pinata bats, and one of them is like, "I told those stinking acrobats to stay away from our windows." And then the second they step out of the door, you both move to cold cock them. So let's say violence for both of you, please, to see if you can knock these 2 guys out. This will be plus muscles.
9 for me.
That's a 4. I swing one-handed, but it's my bad shoulder again, because I'm not used to being injured.
All right, so you both swing. Gurney, you connect soundly. However, you also have to choose a downside. You inflict harm, but you take some too. You inflict harm, but are driven back. You inflict harm, but a friend is hurt badly in the fight.
Well, I won't badly hurt my friend, so I will say that I'll take some harm as well. Hopefully so I can actually take this guy out.
Sure. So you smash him in the back of the head, and as he pinwheels to the ground, he just swings his bat around and knocks you in the side of the head. There's no candy in there, only good detective work. So take 1 harm.
Okay.
Ryan, you swing with the butt of your pistol, but your shoulder still really hurts, and that backflip certainly didn't help. Unfortunately, this particular worker also spends a lot of time learning martial arts. So he drops the bat and full on, like Jackie Chan's your gun. So just clicks the slide back, the gun falls apart, and he tosses the pieces off to one side.
Oh, damn.
And then faces you down.
Is my guy out, or are we both?
Yeah,
just
he's out.
injured?
No, he's
Okay,
done.
Great.
And I just Henry Cavill reload my arms, which like hurts on the one side, but I do it anyways. And I'm like, all right, karate guy, you dance good, but let's see how you dance up close. And then I will close in to try to. I'm going to try to MMA street fight him versus his karate skills.
Okay, go ahead and roll a killer one-liner, so plus swagger.
That's a 5.
Okay, no good.
I trip as I approach. I'm like, you did up close. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, you put your hands up to MMA fight, and he immediately does one of those things where if he had a stick or nunchucks, it's like the Bruce Lee intimidation dance where he just like does a bunch of cool shit, and you realize that this guy's gonna kick your ass. But Gurney, what do you do?
Gurney, you look over and realize I've had a head injury, so I'm still like, I'm doing cool stuff, but I'm like weaving even on my feet.
I want to like full on linebacker tackle this guy back through the doorway. So I basically run at him, grab him, and kind of like by the waist and kind of like raise up a little bit so that his head hits the door frame as we go through.
All right,
and tackle him into the building.
Yeah, roll for violence, please.
11.
Damn, son. All
Yeah.
right, so you get to pick 3. Inflict terrible harm. Target drops something. Target is knocked down. You make a mess. Something explodes. Hit an area. You escape or close in.
Well, I would like to do terrible harm to this guy just so that he's out of the game. I want him to drop something, hopefully something good. And let's close in so like I get inside with him. I get inside the building with him.
All right. So, yeah, you crack his head off the top, and you see the lights go out. And as you fall in, he drops a walkie-talkie. And on it, you can just hear a gruff voice say, "Well, did you hit them with the bats?"
And I like my eyes go like wide to Slab. It's like, you, me? Who's gonna pick that thing up?
And I point at him.
I'll kind of
I point at you, and then the finger just trails down, and I fall over, and then have to pick myself up again.
I'll like nervously pick up the radio and say, yeah, we got him.
Oh, that is good, because I just heard from the mayor that we will be moving ahead with the longboat regatta in the morning.
Oh, yeah, like yeah, it's like it's my yarp. It's like that's all I got. Yeah, good.
Didn't you have a slick Spanish accent before?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, well, in that case, hello, police cops. I see you finally found my factory. This won't change anything. We are very far ahead of schedule.
We're hot on your heels, Carl. Or Jarl. El Jarl.
Please, my friends call me Torbjorn.
Well then,
Yeah, well,
I'll stick to El Jarl, asshole.
That's good, because you're not my friend. And then you hear a fire alarm go off, and all of a sudden, all the racks of piñatas start moving, and you realize that you're unfortunately on the showroom floor where they have those like dry cleaning racks full of piñatas that are just cycling, this month's models around, and you're being, in 1990X, it's all your favorites are there. The Lion King, Woody Allen's Ants, like just all those childhood favorites. And you find yourself surrounded by piñatas, but you can see someone moving behind them. moving through the shadows
Like
with
amid
weapons.
the movement of this cascading.
You can tell
pinatas.
goons are flooding the factory floor.
And I just turn to Gurney and I pick up the nunchucks from the guy who dropped them on the floor because I left my gun outside because I have a head injury. And I just say, keep their focus. I'm going to be like a shadow. And then I knock a pinata aside and I just grab the thing and I just start riding the like weird
It's a good
that I
thing
merge into.
that you knocked one off from the Men in Black line, so it's just like K, J, and U, and they're all like weirdly misshapen, and you're kind of beat up. So like it works. Ryan, go ahead and roll me a stunt roll, please.
4.
The pinatas are half your size.
I'm still doing it. Head injury.
I understand. Okay, wicked. So, you can tell there's goons kind of flooding in. In the distance, you like over the mic, you can hear Torbjorn yelling to his crew to get the longboat in the water. He's like, "Load up the rest of the drugs and get the boat in the water. We've got a regatta to get to."
Per Slab's instructions, I'm going to head straight up the middle. If I try to run like the full length of the room, what do I find at the other end of the room?
At the other end of the room, there's a small staircase that leads up to like the office floor for all the international executives of Senior Smashies. Beyond that, there seems to be like a shipping depot on the back. You can see kind of a set of like there's a small ramp and a set of double doors that lead back into the guts. Again, this is kind of the showroom floor. They got to make the pinatas somewhere, and it looks like back there is where they might do it. Might also be a good place to decorate a longboat.
Right. Okay. So I'm going to run the length of this showroom floor, just kind of like shouting. I'm just going to say, "Police cops! I'm right here, El Jarl. Are you afraid to face me?" And I'll run into the kind of production room.
Okay.
Hoping to find a
as you
pinata bat or
run, you will be attacked by the goons in the shadows. So I need you to roll me a stunt roll, please, to try and get past. Because basically, as you start running, suddenly you just hear gunfire, and the pinatas start to explode around you as a crossfire opens up.
Right.
There's just candy and rockets and chocolate coins raining from the skies. Smarties, if you're American listeners, what I mean. Those tiny candies that no one but me likes.
I'm assuming because I'm just running, it's probably going to be agility instead of muscles, right?
Or are you like hurling things out of your way? That's flying
like
at goons?
if this is a bull rush, I would take muscles. If you're trying to duck, dodge, dip, dive, and dodge, but
No,
I feel like for
definitely
you,
not,
this is
yeah.
more of like a
I'm the juggernaut, bitch.
Yeah, there you go.
So then that is exactly, with all the extra stuff added, a 10, thankfully.
All right, cool.
I just get over.
You get a +1 forward, and you just kind of like run straight ahead. It's in slow motion. It's like the fucking Man in the Iron Mask when everyone's shooting at the musketeers, and because you're running in slow motion, you're somehow fine. As you kind of rush the doors, you thank your lucky stars for such well-built pinatas. This week's episode is brought to you by Senior Smashies, a business I might start after COVID. Ryan, you are hanging for the thing. You can see all these shadows moving in the dark, and they're all opening fire on Gurney. What do you do?
Okay, we're trying to get to the next room. He hasn't been hit, right? Like he got through clean?
Yeah, and because they're focused on him, they aren't paying any attention to you. So you can also just like literally hang tight, and despite your shit roll, you might make it through.
I was gonna say, here's what I picture, Tom, is that this actually has like they go around and travel, and then it rises up through the ceiling through one of those grates to there.
That is how
I'm
it
just
works.
gonna ride it through. I'm gonna ambush El Jarl on the other side, and I'm up there just being like, I'm gonna get him so good.
All right. Sure enough, you go up, and then the two of you burst into the factory floor from different directions. Ryan, Slab comes up through the top, and you can see and hear that like this is clearly like there's lots of stations for people to like put together the pinatas, and then they come out through this route. So you're kind of on the back end of that, and directly ahead of you, you can see there's a massive man at the back of the room, and he's wearing a fur-lined poncho that has like cold weather fur up around the neck. but otherwise is like a classic man with no name poncho. He's wearing a mighty wide-brimmed sombrero that comes up into a spiked Viking helm.
Nice.
And to your horror, he's got a chain gun hanging off his back that is like built into a mariachi case of like a guitar, not unlike the fucking Rodriguez
El Mariachi.
And he's ordering a bunch of boats into the water. It seems that this entire facility backs out onto one of the local canals that leads to the lake, and through the window you can start to see the first rays of sunshine as a new day breaks. And as everyone knows, longboat regattas always start at daybreak. So to your alarm, this thing's going down now. This might be your only chance to stop him. You're up on the second level where there's like a catwalk. There's like the classic floor manager's office. And then there's all those like hanging pot lights, like those big industrial ones.
I was just saying, Tom, is there a point where there is a conveyor belt that might ride down from the top to the factory floor?
There is, but you're going to have to ride through all the decoration machines.
Oh, I'm totally fine with that. I'm gonna do what I gotta do.
All right. So go ahead and roll me a stunt roll, please. And Tyler, you bust in, you see the same thing. You're down at the ground level. You can see all the like fine detail piñata stations, but you can also see a couple of them have been cracked wide open and are full of avocados. You can also see a bunch of the orphan-packed longboat regatta ration crates being loaded. It seems they're using a dual-pronged operation and might be going global. It says, everywhere but New Cargo is crazy for piñatas.
So I just busted through these like double doors kind of thing,
Yep.
right? So there's guys with guns behind me. So I think I've got to slam both of those doors shut and like kind of like barricade them with my large body till I can find something to like wedge into the handles or something like that.
Sure, yeah, you could just do that. The art of piñata building requires many heavy things. So you move like the local piñata smelter in front of the doors.
Okay.
And then you knock like an employee drink machine over, and there you hear pounding on the other side. Be like, we're stuck out here. Let us in to be goons. Goons.
I'm assuming my entrance being more noisy has gotten some attention.
You see El Jarl turn, but it's like a weird like Hideo Kojima, like clearly an anime. Like he looks over his shoulder and grins, and you see his mighty many braided beard, and he just smiles and says, "Ole, everybody!" And suddenly they whip out their guns, and the people loading the boats, a couple of them like rush forward and start opening fire at you. You need to dive for cover.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll me a stunt, please.
And that sounds more like agility, I'm assuming.
Yep.
So that's a 9.
9? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So you manage to dodge, but I am going to... Yeah, I'm going to take a move against you.
It's 10 because I forgot the +1 for my last successful stunt.
Oh,
sorry.
hey, no
I keep
worries.
forgetting about the carry
All good,
forward.
man. Yeah. All good. So yeah, you dive behind one of the other vending
okay,
machines.
okay.
It's a good thing piñata building is such thirsty work. So
I gotta
whichever
mark that. That's another +1. So
whichever
+1 forward again.
Great. So whichever soda company is sponsoring this particular film, you dive behind one of their machines and think about how refreshing a vitamin water might be at this point. It's a new product. It's not out yet. It'll be out in 10 years.
Vitamins.
So gunshots start tearing it up. Soda starts spraying in hilarious streams. And looking around, you realize you have no idea where Slab is. These guys pretty much have you pinned down. What's your plan for getting closer?
What am I taking cover behind?
A vending machine. A drink vending machine that's getting shot up.
I will, from like a really, really low stance behind the vending machine, start pushing it forward and start closing in with it until I can get to like the next piece of stronger cover.
What's the drink machine appropriate line you say as you do this?
The glass like shatters and stuff like that, and I'm like bushed from like having to like run into that other room and stuff like that. So we're just kind of like reach over and pull out a delicious, satisfying. What? It's 1990X, a Pepsi Crystal, something like that.
Yeah.
It's new Coke.
yeah.
This will be around forever.
Yeah, new Coke. So I take a drink and go, oh God, and I'm like, oh, tastes terrible.
Yeah, we were sponsored by Pepsi, but we put new Coke in the film for this scene.
And just,
Nowhere near as refreshing as a Pepsi Crystal, I'll tell you what.
And just the anger at like, why would you have messed with something that like there was nothing wrong with to begin with? Just like the frustration is what drives me to push this thing forward.
All right, so you jam the machine up the ramp towards them. Slab, what did you roll in your stunt?
I rolled a 12.
Nice.
You dip, dodge. Fuck, I can never get
Dodge,
through it.
dip, duck, dive, and dodge.
Yes, thank you. As though you were dodging wrenches. And a machine comes out to put like silly eyes on you, and you duck because the only eyes you need are the ones who have their eyes on justice.
I was gonna say, Tom, I gotta pitch for this ride through. So I dodge the first things that'll make me look stupid, but then the Men in Black decorators come out. So I just hold position until I look flawlessly like a piñata. And it's like that weird Sherlock Holmes thing.
Sure.
Robert Downey Jr.
I blend in perfectly as I come out, and I realize there's the slide, but this rack goes right over Torbjorn. So I just keep riding.
Yep,
and
because how else are you going to load piñatas on a boat?
Exactly.
Obviously.
And then I yell down at him, and I'm like, hey, Torbjorn, you like jokes? And he like looks around all confused, and I'm like, because I love gallows humor. And then I release and come down at him with nunchucks. Out of
Go
the
ahead
sky.
and roll violence, please.
With nunchucks.
That is an 8.
Okay, so you can choose one. Inflict harm, you take some too. Inflict harm, driven back. Inflict harm, but a friend is hurt.
I'm going to inflict harm and take some too. I'm going to dance.
So you come swinging down with your nunchucks. But as he turns, he whips the Gatling gun off his back, and you see that hidden beneath the poncho on the body of the guitar case is an axe. So he swings it around mightily at you, and there's just a moment of like, he takes the nunchuck to the side of the head, he swings the axe, it splits the piñata, but also wounds you for 1 harm. He will take 1 harm as well. And you fall. Unfortunately, you're trapped in the piñata still. There's a lot, like, you look cool, but there's a lot of piñata around you.
Cool,
so
and I have to take my smile through the pain check.
Struggling to shrug off piñata mess.
Okay, so I'm going to save an automatic 10 plus on a killer one-liner move at some point.
Cool. So he swings the axe, and then we cut to Gurney. You see him swing the axe, and he turns back to you and he yells, "Get back, police cops! I have something you want."
I try to like peek over cover and see what's going on.
You see one of his henchmen step forward with a gun to rash his head. He looks pretty roughed up.
And this sends me into a rage, and I'm going to use the Yeller's sheer terror ability. I'm just going to yell, "If you touch him, I'm going to bring this whole place down on all of you!" Just like unhinged, no longer by the book. It's about just getting the job done.
You
it's
just
about
pick the
results,
vending
you
machine
stupid chief. Yeah.
All right, cool.
So I'm going to roll my sheer terror, and I'm going to use my forward, my +1, now that I'm keeping count on that. Well, it's not good on the dice, so 3 + 1 4 5 +3 is 8 on sheer terror.
All right, and what do you get from sheer terror?
On a 7 to 9, I pick one of these outcomes, but the noise alerts an enemy or group of enemies to my presence.
Attack immediately.
They'll be here any second, no matter where I am. So, a single person of my choice flees immediately. A group makes a fighting retreat, hastily but organized. Someone falls down. Someone's grip on an item is lost. And I basically want to frighten this man holding a gun to Slab's head so badly that he drops the gun and hopefully gives Slab a chance.
You mean Rash, right?
Rash, yeah.
Rash, I'm sorry, yes.
Yep.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Yes, and so that Rash can hopefully arm himself. I want the guy to be scared and drop the gun.
Yeah, so he freaks out and he drops the gun, and Rash like nods to you, and then he stomps on the guy's foot, and he kind of like leaps onto one of the boats. Slab, what do you do?
Great. I want to look at El Jarl, and I'm going to use my ability called Sticks and Stones. And I start hauling myself up in my pinata costume. El Jarl, you mind if I call you Carl? I'm going to call you Carl. So, Carl, I don't know if people have told you, but you look like an idiot. And I don't mean culturally. I mean you as a person. You have just dumb cow eyes. You hid stuff in a boat? I bet you can't even read. You are dumb as a bag of hammers, my friend, and I'm in a goddamn hammer factory. And you just watch him get angrier and angrier as this keeps going. And then we see the result of me trying to make him grumpy. Oh, that's a very good result. I rolled a 12. At which point, I will choose that my enemy does something stupid and then attacks me, because he has to attack me at the end. That always happens.
He just looks at the two of you and he's like, "You two are interfering with my love of regattas." And then he glares at you. He glares at Gurney, and then he does something tremendously stupid. He puts an axe right through Rash's chest. And you watch Rash just like fall backward into the boat. And as he does so, he just yells, "Police, cops!" And then collapses dead. And he turns around and he goes, "Oops, perhaps I misread the situation because I can't read." And then he swings his axe at you, Slab.
Great. But while he does that, this is what I've been waiting for the whole time. I want to dive under it in a roll because he left his chain gun on the ground as he's been busy.
Chain gun is attached to the axe. So it's a guitar case. A chain gun is coming out of the neck of the guitar, and there is axe on the back. So he is swinging the chain gun as an axe.
Gun at you.
Oh, I didn't get that at all. That's wild. Okay.
There's a handgun on the ground. If he killed
there
Rash,
is a pistol on the ground. Yeah.
Oh, then yeah, I'll do the same dive, but just for the gun. I want to come up and shoot him.
Yep, sure, go for it.
Well, and the whole key to this though is it's not just a leap forward and a roll. It's the hands on the gun, and I look back so I can see the back of Torbjorn's neck, because I know whoever's got that Viking tattoo is the one who killed Nick Gallows.
There is no Viking tattoo.
Then this is for Rash. Here's the thing. Sometimes you get a rash down low, and sometimes you get one right on your face. And then I would like to use my 10... I'll use my 10 plus for a one-liner, which lets me add...
+1 to your next roll.
+1. Here's where I think we could have some fun with this. This is so stupid, but I love this. I would like to... I can use it to impress my buddies and add +1 to camaraderie. And then I don't know if this is possible, Tom, but instead of shooting the gun, I would like to drop kick Torbjorn. And then if he can fall in a camaraderie move, Gurney can push a vending machine onto him.
Sure. Well, we can try that. We'll see how the dice go.
Okay.
So our camaraderie is +3. Do we roll camaraderie? Do I roll a stone?
No, you roll a separate camaraderie move. So roll plus camaraderie.
Both of us?
Just
me?
I think just you, because Ryan's using his to position you correctly.
Okay. Pretty good. 8 plus 3, 11.
All right. So, yeah, Torbjorn stumbles back, and you just fucking shove the drink machine onto him. He's a heavy dude, like he's a big guy, so he crashes onto his back. It'll deal him harm. Mm-hmm. So he's looking pretty damaged, but he shrugs it off his shoulder, and just kind of like shakes his head off, and his braided beard flips everywhere. He just looks at the two of you and he says, "Well, it seems like you're getting the best of me, and that's not something a Hernandez stands for." And he leaps hugely up in the air and lands on the boat next to the one that Rash is in. He's like, "The least I can do is give him a Viking funeral." Yeah. And he just opens up with the chain gun and hits explosives in that boat, which bursts into flame and explodes, knocking you both back. And you see him take off on his motorized longboat out into the port, and you can see already the crowds are arriving for the rushed regatta that has moved to this very morning, and your criminal is getting away. Luckily, there are a couple of other longboats, and one of them has a label on the side that catches your eye, Gurney, and says, "Built by Jimmy."
Okay, yeah. I pointed that one, and I'm just like, get in, and we just jump into it and start it up.
All right, so you guys tear off after Torbjorn, who you can see is like holding his shoulder. You see the Rash's flaming boat behind you, full Lethal Weapon style. You cut through the flames, and now you're in a speedboat chase.
Is this a 90s movie or an 80s movie? Because
it's all of them, Tyler.
Like
it's all of them. So Torbjorn's getting away. You're speeding out after him. You can already see a bunch of longboats, and you see him kind of like gesturing to them and firing his chain gun in the air, and the boats all start going. In the distance, we see the New Cargo sort of mayoral booth overlooking the water, and you see Mayor Castle sitting up there with Commissioner Luna and the DA
Ellen Morrison,
and they're all kind of watching. As soon as you tear out your boat, you see Captain Belushi chomping his cigar, and he sees you, and his cigar falls out of his mouth, and you just hear him yelling, "Slab and Gurney!" As you tear away after Torbjorn. What is your strategy for catching up to him and taking him out? Keeping in mind, he's like turned around and is like firing streams of bullets back across you that are cutting up the water.
I'm imagining you're driving, right, Tyler?
If I'm driving, maybe I could get you close enough that you can jump onto his boat.
And I think
it's melee instead of ranged combat then.
That's great. And I've got one clip worth of pistol rounds, so I'll just be trying to shoot him or keep him down as we close in.
Okay, sure. So yeah, it's one of those like classic like ducking under, popping up, firing off a couple rounds.
Yeah.
The other boats start bumping into him because clearly all the civilian pilots aren't as good as at moving cargo. You get the sense he was going to move several of his longboats out as part of the regatta and then take off into international waters. But
somebody's
unfortunately,
like using a ramp to like lower like back
of
their
course
like
they
boat
are.
in.
Yeah, they gotta
like
back their fishing boat in.
And we just because it's a regatta boat, it's like skinny, so we just like come up the ramp like the wrong way and like take into the air and stuff like that.
Yeah. You just see Don Johnson go, "Oh!" As you fly over, sure enough, Slab, you run out of ammo, but you see he's looking at his gun as well, and also seems to be low on bullets. As the longboat is thrust into the air, kind of crossing vertically on a diagonal over top of his boat, you look down and you see the glint of a short sword.
Great. I'm diving for that short sword, baby. It's
Great.
time.
So you grab the short sword, and then you turn back to Gurney, and the two of you make eye contact just before you leap over the side. What do you say?
We should do the Schwarzenegger Carl Weathers like handcraft thing, right? And then I can throw you over to the boat.
What do you say as you toss him?
I'll look him in the eye and say like, "Today, my family got one man bigger," and I throw you.
And then on the way out, I'll say, "Don't forget my son." I'll fly over to the other boat.
So you fly downward like Link dropping in Smash Brothers style. You see Torbjorn throw off his furred poncho and kind of like swing the axe above his head. As you land, he just says, "Just remember, if you kill me, you'll never find out what happened to your partner, Nick Gallows." And then he rushes at you with the axe. What do you do?
And I look at him, and I stand there with the sword in my hand, and I just have a flashback, and I see the axe hit Rash in the chest, and I just see it over and over, and I see his face shocked, and I see him fall, and I see blood go down, and I just see Torbjorn look happy. And I don't care about Nick Gallows right now. I'm doing this for a man I could have loved. And it's just like, now it's full samurai shit.
Right, go ahead and do violence.
This is great.
That is 6.
Oh, no. All right, so you come in with the sword, but unfortunately he doesn't fight the same way the Mafiad foot soldiers did with their short swords and their blades. So, well, you're kind of keeping like a low grip, like samurai thing. He's just coming in with brute force. So he just cuts across you and does a point of harm as he smashes you to the deck.
What does that put you at? 3?
That puts me at 3.
And then he raises it just sort of back up over his head. And of course he's monologuing the whole time. He's like, "You couldn't just let my longboat distribution company move my avocado toast. Why?"
Because, you dumb bastard, one of us believes in justice, and the other's gonna die. And then I lunge back in with the sword again.
Yep, go ahead and do violence again. Meanwhile, Gurney, your boat has landed, and you did like you fishtailed. You kind of crashed around another one. You probably went through like a civilian boat, and you see like the pilot in his like weird Viking regatta outfit, being like, "Hey, that's
like,
not in the rules."
Over my shoulder, like, "You can file a complaint. My badge number is this."
"I will." And then you see him like trying to swim to shore in his waterlogged costume.
Know your rights at all times.
You can see that the fight is not going in Slab's favor. But also you can see there are other clearly Norwexican longboats making for international waters. And if there's one thing you know about international waters, once they get there, they can live like kings. There's nothing you can do to stop them. What do you do?
So I've got to pull my boat up to the closest one of the pack, the one, the straggler, if there is one.
Sure.
And I want to abandon my boat that's been kind of smashed up a little bit. Try to throw this guy off into the water, and then rev up and catch
So you
up
just
to the
like you
rest.
pull up beside him, and then you just merge. Like you did on the thing. You run to the edge of the boat, lead.
Yeah, I'll put my hand up for like merging over. He's like, "What the hell is he doing?"
So you drop, you look up, and to your shock, it's Eric LaRojo. He's gently singed, but he clearly survived the explosion, which might explain why no definable body was found. He throws off his cloak. He says, "Oh, we meet again."
And I'll say, "Eric LaRojo, but I watched you die."
"I had a fire retardant blanket in my mariachi outfit. It's very convenient for metalworking, my other passion."
Then I guess I'll just have to drown you, and I like jump off of my boat.
Okay, go ahead and roll for a stunt, please. I know your one weakness, drowning.
10.
You knock him into the water, and you hold him down. And though once you thought flame would extinguish his life, instead you've made sure it's the water. Then eventually, once he stops flailing, you toss him off the side of the boat, and you have control of his boat. Slab, what do you do?
All right, I'm slamming back in there, but his last slash actually like ripped my coat off. So now it's just me, and the reveal is he's dressed like Max Payne, but his shirt actually has no sleeves. That's why he doesn't take the coat off. So he's just shredded, but he's like bloody and short swordy, and he's got his tie, and he's just gonna go at him John Wick style. All right, so that one is a 7.
All right. So your options are inflict harm, take some 2, inflict harm or driven back, inflict harm but a friend is hurt.
I'm going to inflict harm and take some too. This is just to the death between these two. I'm ready.
So screaming, you slash forward, and you manage to like sort of get him under the ribs, and he just brings the chain gun part that he's using as the haft of his blade down on the top of your head, and it's still really hot because gun barrels are hot, yo. So you'll take 1 point of harm. It seems like this might be how you go, Slab. You always thought it would end like this, just 2 men beating each other to death with weapons on the open sea. Gurney, there's still 1 more boat escaping, and you can see that Slab is definitely in danger, but if you stop to help him, that boat will definitely escape. I'm going to offer you a devil's bargain.
Oh, Tom. Yeah, okay, let's hear it.
I'll let you...
I should have known even devil's bargains can make their way into this game.
Goddamn right. I'll let you take out the other boat with your boat. Mm-hmm. In the process, you'll leap onto the boat to help Slab. But you will take harm from doing so.
I can do that. Yeah.
Cool. So seeing the problem at hand, you floor it. You use one of... yeah, go ahead.
Can I, flavor this one?
Please.
Because I'm a big guy, I can kind of, throw my weight to the back of the longboat, and so the front of the boat kind of arcs up, and so I don't even, crash into this other guy's boat. I stab him with it, and he gets carried off of his boat with it, and I just kind of, tumble off and land on his now unoccupied one. And rev it around and drive.
So you rev it around, you drive back, and then you kind of smash up against the side of the ship, getting tossed into the lead longboat with Slab and Torbjorn Hernandez. However, as you come down, he just turns around and goes, "Welcome to the party, pal!" And then he hits you with the axe. You're going to take 2 harm.
Okay.
As the axe slashes you viciously. And he's like, "That's right, I've seen Die Hard too. I hope they make some sequels." And then he turns his attention back to Slab. Slab, what do you do?
Great. I think Slab is there. And he's like, "No, he's got kids, you son of a bitch. And you know what? So do I." He's just, now his shirt has actually been cut off in the stab, so he's just bleeding, but he's shredded. But only when shown on camera from the neck down, because it's hard cuts to Phil Hartman's face, and then hard cuts to a shredded body from the neck down doing sword fighting.
Your hair's all stringy and matted to your face.
Yeah.
The other boat behind you explodes, and now suddenly there's fire on the water.
Please tell me I
in
didn't just
every
freeze.
direction, smoke rising. You can hear mass hysteria from the crowds. What do you do? I think Ryan might be frozen.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll have to wait a minute. Excuse me.
It was too dramatic. I'm glad to hear you're enjoying the direction this went,
Yeah,
Tyler.
This is fantastic.
Great. Thanks, man.
Oh, there we go.
Hey, Ryan's back.
I see him, but I can't hear him. Can you hear us, Ryan?
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Oh,
Okay.
there you are. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, Tom. What were you saying? So the hair's straggly.
Yeah, you froze right after that. So you were about to say
Great.
something exciting.
Yeah, so I was literally okay, so I'm coming forwards with the sword. And because I am so beat up and I'm smiling through the pain, I actually have a mildly obscene bonus to my violence skill because I get to add the amount of harm I've taken as a bonus. And I've taken 4 harm. So I'm covered in blood. And this time it's just batting the chain sword, the chain gun aside, and then just slashing him a little bit. and then doing it again, and it's like, this was for my mother, my father, my sister, my brother. This one's for Nick Gallows. This one's for Rash. And then at the last one, I'm like, and this one's for me. And I rolled a 15, so I stab him.
So you put the blade through his chest, and you just like get the tip through, and like he does that thing from the end of Star Trek Nemesis and other movies where he just grabs the like your hands, and he starts pulling himself towards you, and there's just like blood gushing into his beard, and he walks up and he just grabs your head and he starts smashing it off the side as he starts to die. And Slab, you've wounded him mortally. There's no way he's coming back from this, but the fucker just won't go down. Gurney, you rush in to stop him. He throws an elbow to your jaw. You hear a crack. You see spots. Everything seems to be going badly, and you can see spots sort of clouding your vision. And specifically, you see like a red spot that seems to be tracking along the back of his sombrero. And then all of a sudden, a gunshot rings out through the air, and Torbjorn's head explodes. And he falls sideways off the boat into the water. Slab, you and Gallows both look up to see a masked sniper amongst the crowd, wearing like incredibly normal like person clothes, except for like a balaclava and a giant rifle. And you see him put it up over his shoulder, and as he walks away, Slab, you see a Viking tattoo on his neck. And then the two of you, Lethal Weapon style, like collapse laughing in the boat, as both just too wounded to move. As you hear police sirens and police longboats start pulling up, and
Tom, snow starts to fall, and I looked at Gurney and I'm like, I forgot it was Christmas. Do you have any plans for Christmas dinner?
Well, I was gonna have it with my family. That includes you now, Slab.
Can I bring my boy Jimmy?
Yeah, we'd love that.
And then as you both kind of share a moment, the police sirens come in, and like one of the boats is like a Dodge Charger with pontoons, and you can see Vin and Paul leaning out the windows, and like a giant like construction scaffold like falls directly to where you are, and Samo and Tucker come running down it. And all of the police cops arrive in thematically appropriate ways, and the camera kind of slowly pans up away as they gather you. So you're both back in the captain's office. It's a couple days later. You've both been discharged from the hospital. Each of you has like a different injury. So like Slab, you're like taped up and like your arm's busted, and like Gurney, you've got like one of those weird Three Stooges head wraps with some ice packs on your jaw.
Crutch.
There's a New Year's Eve party happening behind us.
Yeah. Gurney's wearing like a party hat, and the captain's like, "Well, you sons of bitches were right. Turns out both orphanages were in on it. Orphans all the way down. Luckily, we had a man come forward and tell us everything. You got a good son. You raised him well. Anyway, we've got more than enough to shut down the rest of the orphanages in other towns that are also building longboats. Also, they're an easy boat to keep an eye out for. Not many people use them, so we've managed to track down most of the avocado toast. Still no leads on the guy who shot Torbjorn. He faded away into the crowd. His disguise was impeccable. There were just so many people in Calvin Klein shirts. We couldn't determine which one was him. Got away scot-free. But I realized through all of this that I forgot to give yous two a Christmas present. And he pulls out two small boxes. And he's like, so, on behalf of me, the mayor, who's very happy that we've brought this group down just in time for re-election, and from the rest of us at the department, Merry fucking Christmas, Slab and Gurney. And he slides you two boxes.
I'll open my box.
Inside, there's a badge and a gun.
And I proudly wear both of them.
And then under the badge and the gun in yours, there's a bunch of like requisition forms for reobtaining a firearm. And he's like, I left those in there for you because I thought you might like filling them out. Like a Christmas crossword puzzle.
I'll fill it out right now. And I like get up and like leave the office.
And I open mine up.
You open yours up, and inside there's a gun, a badge, and a file folder.
And I open it up.
And it says the classified, unredacted gallows case. He's like, look, I pulled some strings, and it wasn't easy. I gotta tell you, the chief wasn't too happy about you poking your nose back into this case. But D.A. Morrison really helped me out and did me a solid. After that time, I gave her a kidney. She kinda owed me one. Anyway, I think there might be more to this gallows case than we thought. So here's the folder. Maybe you and your partner can see something that everybody else missed.
And I say, thanks, Chief. And I go back out to Gurney's desk, and I find him, and I say,
Filling out the forms.
Gurney, they were dumb enough to put me on the gallows case. That means I get what I want, and you know what else it means? I remember one little radio call that happened inside that factory, where Torbjorn mentioned the mayor.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too.
Well, you know what ties in to linking the mayor to avocado toast?
What?
A certain neck tattoo and the murder of Nick Gallows. And I slam the file down on the desk and I say, we're at it again, you son of a bitch. And this time nobody dies.
And Gurney, you look down at the page-a-day calendar that counts down to your retirement, and reluctantly you reach out a large, meaty hand, and because it's for family, you flip it back another week. Meanwhile, across town, a battered mid-90X Ford Taurus pulls up to like one of those weird like gravel pile factories that are always in movies for shady meetings. And a figure gets out wearing an impeccable Calvin Klein shirt with a rifle over his shoulder and a mask. And he says, Sir, I did what you said, but it would seem that Torbjorn wasn't up to it. We might have to lean on your friends in the Mafia after all. And stepping out of the shadows, Mayor Damien Castle smokes 5 cigarettes, as only a villain can. And he says, never trust Los Vikingos to do proper evil drug-moving work. Says, you did good. You did well. Almost as well as you did with Nick Gallows. And then he laughs and he smokes his 5 cigarettes. And the man in the mask just shakes his head. Says, I told you, Mayor, I hate it when you talk about me in the third person. And then he pulls off his mask, revealing the visage of Nick Gallows. Alive, well, and Viking tattooed. And the two of them share a laugh, and the mayor scratches at the laser tattoo removal that still hurts the nape of his neck. And he says, well, I guess it's time then. Activate the traitor within the police cops. And then slowly the camera pans away, and we see the title card slap the screen. It says, Slab and Gurney will return in Keep Your Enemies Close and Justice Closer. And then a remarkably romantic rock ballad plays over the credits.
Definitely Bryan Adams. Definitely Bryan
100%.
Adams for 90s.
It's a Bryan Adams and Seal duet, actually. Both of them.
A kiss by a rose from the page is how they managed to get the whole thing put together.
Which brings us to the end.
Hey everybody, welcome back to another classic debrief where we say stuff we liked about each other and questions as necessary, but we'll put an abstract time limit on this of like 10 minutes. All right, so Tom, that was cool.
Thanks,
How much
man.
of that did you have like prepared?
70-ish%.
Wow, honestly, more than I thought.
Well, sorry,
It seems like this system is like
so nice for just like, okay, just throwing a scene together, this, and this.
It is. Sorry, I should clarify that basically I'd gone through the beats of if I was planning a film, like what are the major set pieces and what are the major like moments. Mm-hmm. So that I had that framework, but I hadn't planned any individual encounter beyond just this is the place where this happens, and then you guys interact with it how you see fit.
Right on.
But like using kind of like a modified 3-act structure, I was just like, this is. I also watched a bunch of Lethal Weapon movies right before we recorded, so I was like, "Oh yeah, cool. It's this to like it's a 6-beat story."
Yeah.
Because I was like, I knew I wanted like initial situation into like clown informant into orphanage into bomb defusal. Then I was gonna have car chase, but you got car chase earlier because of a bad dice roll. So I was like, okay, great. So the car chase already happened, so we don't need it. Henchman fight with like Eric the Rojo. So like you got to fight like an underboss because that always happens. Right, and then they always come back, fucking Die Hard style. I wanted a bomb defusal scene. I wanted you to lose your badges and your guns. I wanted what are we gonna do now? Loss of an innocent side character, and then showdown in the factory leading into longboat chase. So that was
so fun.
That was about how far I'd beat it out. Yeah.
There's it's one of those weird things where like it's not a good movie at all, but it's a movie I watched a lot growing up because they're like at my grandparents' house there just wasn't a ton of stuff to choose from. Mm-hmm. So we would often come back to the same shit over and over again. Like we would watch Home Alone in July and shit like that. Like but they had Police Academy 3.
Ooh. Yeah.
Which culminates in the entire like Police Academy gang engaging in like a jet ski chase against a bunch of villains. And as a kid, it was just like, it was the best fucking action scene I had ever seen. And so this like just brought that like nostalgia washing back for me of like, oh my God, a boat chase? It's Face Off, right, Ryan? Like it's
Face Off.
It's Face Off. It's Police Academy 3 for me. It's definitely one of the Lethal Weapon movies, right? There's a boat chase.
There's also a fistful of James Bond. Like I was leaning a lot on Live and Let Die's kind of like swamp chase. There's a couple where they do like boat chase sequences, but and obviously Face Off because like my frame of reference for all this should be pretty clear. But the goal was like if we take Lethal Weapon, mix it with definitely like sort of a Hot Fuzz tone, but basically I was like, if you mix Lethal Weapon with Grand Theft Auto, it should be in that vein where everything's heightened, everything's ridiculous. Definitely like 21 Jump Street, definitely Face Off, like, yeah.
That was great.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Cool. Well, I'm glad. I've had this in my head for a long time, because just after we started playing, I was like D&D, I was like, man, Ryan and Tyler as a buddy cop would be very fun, and we'll never have the budget to do it. So... so this was great. This was very fun for me. I'm very, very glad we got to this.
Yeah, thanks for running it, man.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, should we go around and do our classic?
Yeah, let's do some highlights, yo.
Roundsy Tabesleys.
I got one. Well, I can't remember it specifically, so I will need your help, Ryan. But it's Monday night right now, and the one that I'm thinking of is from when we recorded on Thursday night. But Slab being like a tough guy, but then having like a little bit of an emotional breakdown about everyone he ever knew dying.
When he cried in the minivan after the funeral.
It was such a great fun moment that I legitimately wasn't ready for. As like I'm expecting like all the like action movie tropes as like cold, hard, emotionless men, or if you are emotional, you're like you handle it terribly kind of thing, like not willing to like actually get in touch with you, like your tragedy and your sorrow and like feel those emotions. So that was really, really unexpected and a lot of fun to have happen. So I really, really enjoyed that with the kind of character you made Slab out to be.
Cool, thanks, man.
And for Tom, holy shit, dude, the amount of like you took a pretty not obvious, but like you made a joke about like Norse like Norse Mexican cartel gang and brought them together. I was like, oh, okay, it's like a one-off thing of, oh, great. No, man, they've got like, you've got names for everyone. You've got specific arsenals for them. Like, just the amount of legwork you put into like one, like just a dumb joke, but like very, very good. And like, it stopped being dumb and started being like, oh, well, of course he's got.
Like, of course, the sombrero has a
longhorns.
Viking helm.
Of course. It only makes sense. Like, I'm like, at first I'm like, okay, haha, this is dumb. And now I'm like completely invested in like the lore you've created for this gang. That was unexpected and also a lot of fun.
Thanks, man.
And that's kind of the theme for me, is unexpected joys that I found from the both of you in playing this game.
Aw, thanks, buddy.
Yeah, I loved all the like extra world stuff in this, because I mean you nailed the world. So I mean, it's just like, oh, there was a great action movie there, and that's the given with Tom. Okay, cool. So narratively it's going to be great, but it's like, yeah, it's the deep dives into like the Franco-German Yakuza, like just coming up with those, the weird character names, like the clown informant is so weird and delightful. Like, for me, that's the best part of it, was like how much you put into the needless shit that like set the whole world. Because it's like that, it's something John Oliver has talked that he really likes about comedy, which is like he likes it when you like absolutely kill yourself to make something like 1% better. And I feel like you did that through the world of this. Was just like, sure, it's all going to be throwaway, but I'm going to have a consistent world of stupid, and it's all going to fall in this like spectrum of dumb that I've built. And yeah, it would be like it's the equivalent of drawing like an elaborate, well thought out map for like a hitchhiker's planet. Like, you don't need it, but it's so great to have. Yeah, just big fan of that.
Thanks, man.
Tyler, naming your kids after my family is pretty funny, just on the scale of like random additions. I also just like a running obsession with being by the book, but in a very literal sense, where he's about paperwork and everything else. And it just, no matter how high the stakes, it would come down to like, this is how we've got to do this, which is really funny to see in a character like that. Where I'm like, so often those movies end up becoming about a character like that just being like, I guess I'm the crazy guy now. And instead it was like, no, he found a way to be the crazy guy, but also still follow regulations. Yelling your badge number when you like destroy a civilian. Gold. Just a lot of fun in that. Also, I don't think I've ever seen a character with that spread of like physical abilities and random yelling and nerdiness with like a Big Show type. I feel like you really built a bunch of cool, like against the grain things that really added up nicely for a character, especially for this. It was great.
Thanks.
Yeah, echoing Ryan's sentiments, the Big Show base was great for this, because obviously, like, when I was talking to both of you about characters, I was using Riggs and Murtaugh a lot because they're just such easy archetypes, and I was very curious to see how you do a Murtaugh that isn't just like, I'm too old for this shit and I want to retire and my partner's crazy. And yeah, I just fucking loved the mid-ground. Basically, for me, it was like, the minute you're like, I'm a giant man in a minivan, I was like, I know everything about this character. I literally, like, you can stop playing if you need to. I got this. You did it. Mission accomplished. And yeah, like, watching kind of how you evolved that over the course of it too, to like ripping the door off to use it as a riot shield was such a just like a practical big man solution that I liked. It was just like, well...
I think that came from like the group. I can't even remember.
Well, you wanted I think you like wanted a shield, and I was like, okay, take the door. But regardless, like that whole sequence, infiltrating and like having to deal with the receptionist, and you know, trying to like get a tour but also be polite, was just a fucking delight. It was super, super good. And honestly, you basically you managed to find a way to be both Murtaugh and like polite Jackie Chan. Which is my favorite Jackie Chan bit, that is just like, no matter what's going on, he is the politest man. Like, guys are trying to kill him with axes and he hits one in the dick and he's like, sorry. And then he like keeps going. Yeah, just great stuff. Love the character. And yeah, just a lot, the choices throughout were fantastic. Thanks, and yeah, Ryan, integrating, like what was great was you were playing like the, as I understand it, the like TV rigs, which is just like, everyone hated him on set. He eventually got fired, but also like they were playing up the war angle more, and they're just like, yeah, he's a renegade because bad things happen to him in the wars. And one of the things I've always loved about Grand Theft Auto is when they build a world, they usually always reference wars that didn't happen. Like, oh yeah, he's a veteran of the U.S.-Australian War, and you're like, what? He's like, so many dingoes. They ate my friends. And like, there's something to me that's so delicious about flashing back to a stupid conflict that doesn't exist. But it also tells us a lot about the character, and leaning on that, adopting Jimmy was really fucking funny and unexpected, but also like a natural evolution for a sequel, which is like, he didn't have anything to live for, but now his heart has a name, Jimmy.
Now his heart has a name.
Also, just as a side note, knowing how you play these sorts of characters, and once you did your introduction, I was just like, I'm going to narrate the world in the tone that I think he would think it is. So you gave me such a great baseline to get to play with, which was just like, he gets the fucking movie voice guy. Like, everyone else gets like, okay, you enter a room and there's stairs, and it's like, it's a slow descent into a concrete hell. Some would call it a basement. You call it an arena. Like, yeah,
you and I were both Rorschaching it, just
100%,
as the world
100%.
happened.
And also good use of your powers to just be like, there are guns in this boiler room. Because like, no, there aren't. But also, as soon as you said that, I could just so clearly see like elbowing a boiler and having the door be like, "Erk!" And there's just assault weapons. And I was like, no, this is good. This tracks. So great use of the powers. Yeah, and like the one-liners and the holds, good stuff. Riding a piñata.
Yep, that was really cool.
Yeah, I don't know. I could go on. You guys made such fucking beautiful choices. And that is one of the things I love most about these sort of Dungeon World and Powered by the Apocalypse systems is, like, they're just built for everyone to make cool choices all the time. And you both did that tremendously well. So thanks, guys. It was super fun.
Thanks, man. You did, too. This was lots of fun.
Great game, yeah.
Right.
A lot of really fun ideas that you brought in that we just got to play with. It was so fun.
Thanks, man.
Delightful. All right, I guess we'll call it there. Great work, everybody. See you for the next one shot. And other things. We do a lot of shows.
Our Police Cops One Shot features the voices of Ryan LaPlante at the Ryan LaPlante on Twitter, Tyler Hewitt at Tyler_Hewitt on Twitter, and of course our fabulous DM/storyteller Tom McGee at McGeeTD on Twitter. This episode was edited by Ryan LaPlante, and all of Dum Dums and Dice's art is by Decapitated Markers at Decapitated Marker. That's MRKR on Twitter. This show's theme music is Gothic Trip with Thunder Horse by Damiano Baldoni, and our ads use the tracks No Control and Chiefs by Jazzar, JAHZZAR. All available at freemusicarchive.org. When it comes to Dum Dums and Dice, you can visit our website at dumdumdice.com, our Twitter and Instagram at dumdumdice, or on Facebook at facebook.com/dumdumdice. But most importantly, we've got merchandise at redbubble.com/people/dumdumdice, or you could join our Patreon at patreon.com/dumdumdice. Thanks for listening. Smash that subscribe button and show your love to One Shots. DJ One Shots out of here. Dum Dums and Dice has to give a special thank you to the supreme beings of our Patreon at this time: Christian Menicola, Long Long, The Half-Blind Prophet, James Cuellar, DM Rob, Christopher Little, Joshua White, Olin Anderson, Sue One, and Jill and Noel LaPlante. If you want your name to be added to this list, you can join our Patreon too at patreon.com/dumdumdice. Thanks to them, and a little bit of thanks to you.